Iran says it has reached an agreement with Oman on a route for shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. Foreign Ministry spokesman Ismail Bagay did not give any further details on the agreement, which he said was in the final stages. Bagay warned, however, that a deal with Oman will not guarantee safe navigation through the strait, arguing security remained impacted by the U.S. blockade of Iran's ports. The U.S. and Oman have not commented on the proposal. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generations, the people's breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The people's breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Good morning. This is Radio Generation, the people's breakfast. It is now 5 minutes past 6 o'clock. How are you doing? City Muga is in the studio, and I'm also here making noise alongside him. Bwana Charles, how are you doing? Habari ya leo?
Salama kabisa kaka, uko mzima?
Mimi niko mzima sana kama unavyoniona. Nimepumua vizuri. Jana usiku niliweza kuangalia mpira kidogo. You know, there's some friendlies going on, international friendlies ongoing. Actually, yesterday from around from midday, there were several games that were being played. And if you're a fan of football, you will definitely find yourself watching them. I know you're not a fan, but I like these friendlies because they are full of goals. Jana Arsenal imetandikwa na Real Betis. Real Betis is a company. Is a team from Spain. They beat Arsenal 1-3.
3-1 you mean?
No, Arsenal on this side and then Betis on this side. So I say 1-3.
So Betis won.
Betis won.
Betis won 3-1.
Yes. Okay, fine. Betis won 3-1.
Yes.
It was an amazing game. I enjoyed every minute of it. It was beautiful. Nilala late niki watch, but funny enough niliamka vizuri bila stress.
Which means you slept happy.
I did.
So ukaamka happy.
Mimi napenda game iko na mabao. Unajua yani kidogo unasikia tu pa imeingia. Kidogo tena ta ingine imeingia. Kidogo pa. Si una watch game kuna drought ya goals mazejo by the time you see anything, nothing. But I was rooting for Arsenal, imagine, as much as they lost, but they played a good game for sure, and they really struggled to recover, especially in the second half, but things were just not flowing their way. But this is just a friendly. It doesn't add or minus anything for them. They also were, putting in some of the players that we rarely see, what would consider the first 11 team. So these ones were not part of the first 11 team.
In the
so,
second 11 ilikuwa nacheza.
Kitu kama hicho. So wanajaribiwa.
Wapewe exposure.
Ndio sasa. Hata sisi Liverpool tulicheza last week sijui na timu gani nimesahau. Ilitutandika ngapi? I think 2-4 or something. I can't even remember. Tulitandikwa, but ni kawaida. It's normal. Bayern Munich walicheza the day before that. They were playing against some team from a Japanese team. They beat it 2-1. So there's some nice friendlies ongoing, and they are absolutely beautiful.
So do the Japanese team have an equivalent of the English Premier League?
Yes, they do. They do. It's called the J1 League.
Okay.
Yes, it's a J League. But you see, they're just like the English Premier League. They also have there's the top flight, which is English Premier League. Then we have Division 1, Division 2, all the way back. I think for the EPL they have so many divisions. They're like almost some 20 divisions or so, if not more.
So you don't have to be afraid. Kuna division utatosha.
Yani unaweza kuwa relegated, my friend. You will keep. It's an endless pit. You can be relegated all the way mpaka ushangae. And also elevation, you can be elevated on so many levels. So
that over time umetoka kama ni Kenya unashtukia unachezea Muhoroni FC.
Bas, kama for example, let me put a very good example. There's a team called Wrexham ilikuwa inachezeanga huko division huko number 4. Then they were bought by this Hollywood superstar, actually two superstars. One is a producer, the other is an actor. The one that I remember vizuri anaitwa Ryan Reynolds. Ryan Reynolds, the guy who's played Deadpool. He has also played another character called The Lantern, and many other whatevers. So Ryan Reynolds bought Wrexham. He literally, because of the investment that he put in there, he elevated that team from number 4.5 all the way to number 2. Now they are literally a heartbeat away from the English Premier League.
Heartbeat.
Yani this season, I can almost guarantee, after this season that is, I can almost guarantee the next season, which is now 27-28, because now we're getting into the 26-27 season. So 27-28, I can guarantee you Wrexham is going to be in the EPL.
Premium League, here we come.
Ndio hiyo sasa.
Ni Premier, not premiums.
Premier, yeah, Premier
okay.
English Premier League. Sasa tuangalie today in history. Today is August 6th. In case you're joining us, welcome to Radio Generation. In 1945, yes, the United States dropped an atomic bomb named Little Boy on Hiroshima, Japan, marking the first use of a nuclear weapon in a war and heavily altering the course of World War II. Remember, United States was provoked into World War II. They were not to join it. They were not interested in joining it because they felt as though this wasn't their war. And when Pearl Harbor...
Actually, that is not the whole story.
I remember they entered the war when Pearl Harbor was attacked by Japan.
Yes, that is what has been popularized.
Yeah.
But remember, this is a country that produces ammunition. This is a country that produces artillery, vita. Okay, and this is a country that also understands financing war.
Oh, yes, they do.
So, again, the discussion about who was financing who, because wars require financing, that story is not really talked about. But you are right.
Yes.
Pearl Harbor and the attack on it
is what triggered them joining.
It's marked, yes, that beginning of them now actually joining in full force.
When American troops literally started engaging. And when they dropped that thing on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, because have you watched a movie called Pearl Harbor? I'm sure you've watched it.
I have.
I remember when they were provoked into the war, they wanted to drop one weapon that is going to literally finish the war in one clean soup, and that's exactly what they did with this particular. It was called the Manhattan Project. Yeah. Walisema, my friend, we're gonna do one thing to you guys, and it's going to end the war completely. And when they dropped that bomb on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, Japan literally, it's like being stung by a bee. Unajua unadunga unatoka mbio malulukwanga unatoka kabisa na utaki kurudi hapo. That was the depiction in the movie after that.
The thing about the Second World War is that it was highlighted to the extent that it actually didn't portray the imperialistic nature of Japan.
Oh, yeah.
Because Japan had been bothering its neighbors. Korea.
They invaded China.
Yes.
Actually colonized China for God knows how long.
Yes.
They did the same to Korea, yes.
Yes.
Walianza na Korea wakenda China.
Yes, and they were fairly nasty people when it came to their colonizations. Okay, in fact, they made these Europeans, you'd think those Europeans were going for a Sunday walk.
Yeah.
They were not pleasant colonialists. But that Second World War and what happened to them, courtesy of the 2 bombs that were dropped, the world stepped back and said, this is a bit much. Yeah.
True. You know, there's another movie also on matters to do with World War II. It's a series actually. It's called The Man in the High Castle. Have you heard about it? The Man in the High Castle. What they do, they present a different perspective on World War II. What if Japan and Germany actually won the Second World War? Because right now the world is more or less from an allied perspective. Everything that has been told from that time.
Actually, from an American perspective, to be precise. Really.
Yes, and I'm saying allied because America was probably the big brother in the allied coalition, right? But what if Germany and Japan won the Second World War? I need to learn German. Anyway, so that's
For
what
someone who speaks English language like you, German will not be difficult.
you think so.
Yes, it's a
Yeah?
English is a Germanic language.
Yes. Ilizaliwa na hiyo Ujerumani. Unajua nilikwambia kuna wakati nilikuwa najifunza Kifaransa.
Yes.
Nikaenda Alliance Française.
How did that go?
It didn't go.
Beyond learning the word bonjour and ça va
and meeting some really beautiful women and mademoiselles. Beyond that, nothing. I still have my notes though, but
how long did you stay at the Alliance?
I did a year.
But surely a year is enough for you to at least say voulez-vous.
No, sorry. When I say a year, I don't mean 12 months. I mean December holiday, April holiday, August holiday.
That's still enough.
At least I can say comment servir, servir bien, merci. J'entre les mains ton cheveux blanc. L'omprido va le mal du là.
Bro,
and a lot of other nonsense.
Hakuna kitu unaongea hapa ambayo ni Kifaransa.
I've said a lot of things. I'm a Frenchman. I can say a lot of vervum. It is difficult to maintain. Tupatie medhalicity.
Bro, hey, wow.
It's bad.
It's bad.
It's difficult.
Okay. The mice are fighting over the neighbor's yeast.
The mice are fighting over the neighbor's yeast.
Yes.
Yule si wako, nami si wangu. Chuki ya nini kati yangu, mimi na wewe. Watu na Wakongole walikuwa wanajuana.
Sina makosa.
Sina makosa bedadi wanga hapa Kenya.
That's the song.
Yeah, I know, but alikuanga wa hapa Kenya. Mbona nimemwita mtu wa Kongole? But yes, absolutely amazing proverb. It means the same thing na mbona unapigania na huyo si wako na si wako.
Exactly. Unang'ang'ana kwa nini bwana?
Let's just share if we really have to. Kata nusu ya hiyo cheese, nipate nusu, upate nusu basi. Ama tufanye hivi, tuende tuitishe mwenyewe. Ama tuache mwenyewe huyo mwenye tunapigania amoe.
The reason why you mentioned Congolese, around that same time when this song was a hit,
yes,
there was a band in Nairobi called Mangelepa. Na Mangelepa ndio walimba nyimbo ya Mora.
Walimba Mora. Okay.
Mbakasi mimi ninakuja Mora. Wajua Mora ni wanatoka
kwa huyu Mora mwingine hapa.
Yes, exactly. So yes, around that same time. But most of these songs that are sung, there's a lady involved somewhere.
There has to be a lady. There has to be a lady. Okay. Before I forget, United Nations wanasema hivi. Today is the International Day of Awareness of the Special Development Needs and Challenges of Landlocked Developing Countries. Again, today, 6th of August, International Day of Awareness of the Special Development Needs and Challenges of Landlocked Developing countries. Just an overview anasema. Landlocked developing countries lack territorial access to the sea, leaving them dependent on transit neighbors for a route to world markets. Now, this geographical disadvantage drives up transport costs, introduces avoidable delays, and exposes LLDCs to any political or economic instability along those corridors. Now, the results are stark. Average transport costs are more than twice those of neighboring coastal states. Ni ukweli, landlocked developing countries, but I know countries such as Uganda has got a good rapport with neighbors Tanzania and Kenya, and goods zinapitanga pale bila shida. Akina South Sudan,
East African countries have fairly good relationships. Yes.
Yeah.
That area of Kivu, the area where we hear the term Banyamulenge, the problem, if you look at it, has to do more with the resources that are in abundance there,
yes,
than the people of that particular region not agreeing. Yes.
So, if you do not have good relations with your neighbor, my friend, you will suffer. You will suffer. You need to juliza maswala nyeti, like nisikosana na neighbangu ovyo. Akitaka kitu kwangu tunampatia na bei mzuri, because I know we have good bilateral ties with Uganda.
They are our biggest trading partner, brother.
Okay.
Biggest. That's why
every
time we talk about development projects, I raise the question and ask,
Yes.
why is it that despite all the discussions from the time of President Daniel Arap Moi, the dual carriageway from Mombasa to Nairobi has never been actualized?
Okay.
Because that opens up.
But now they've shelved that whole expressway vibe. Now they want to just do the dual carriage thing.
You know, the dual carriageway
Yeah.
is what they had said they were going to do. In
Yes.
fact,
It was the initial plan.
yes, and someone even came up with the idea and said, this dual carriageway isn't working. What we do, to tengeneza quadruple highway, yani four
Lanes. Yeah.
so that yani
Eight
watu
lanes.
watembee vizuri na starehe.
Yeah.
None of this stress. People who feel that they have these vehicles whose power approximates that of a plane can zoom along a certain lane and go wherever they're going. If that road had been built as was envisioned,
Sasa tungekuwa mbali sana.
the trading that we'd be able to do,
Wagwa.
and then you continue this Ronimau Summit, that's the name they give it, but it goes to Malaba, goes to Kisumu. You open up that entire corridor.
Oh, it doesn't start and end with Rironi and Mau Summit.
No,
It end all the way.
it has to go
Mpaka
all
Uganda.
the way. Yes.
Good.
It opens up the trade areas, because when you get people talk of Uganda as though it's the end. From Uganda, you can go to Rwanda. Before you get to Uganda, you can only go to South Sudan. After Rwanda, you're now in Central Africa. It opens up that region completely. Yes. So one of the biggest problems about trading in Africa is logistics.
Yeah.
It's expensive.
Very expensive.
Flights are expensive. If you want to go to, say, a francophone country, chief, you go to Europe first, then you land somewhere in West Africa, then you'll connect around 3 times.
Aye.
Yes.
Hence
Part of the reason why
yeah.
Kenya Airways was so popular is it gave you direct flights. Yes.
Okay. Let's get back to that glory.
Yep.
www.radiogeneration.co.ke is where you're going to find these amazing stories. For example, Ruto Oburu to lead broad-based coalition retreat in Naivasha. Now, a memo issued by National Assembly. Acha nifungue vizuri. Imeenda wapi? Oh, ndio hii. With Parliament preparing to resume business, leaders of the broad-based coalition are heading to Naivasha for a strategy retreat expected to shape the alliance's next steps in the House, review its political direction, and build consensus on key government business. President William Ruto and ODM leader Oburu Oginga are expected to jointly steer the meeting as the coalition seeks to present a united front. Members of the National Assembly and the Senate from parties supporting the broad-based administration are expected to start checking into a Naivasha hotel on Sunday evening. The 3-day retreat will culminate on Monday when President Ruto and Oburu join the lawmakers for the main session.
How is it 3-day retreat and people are checking in on Sunday?
See, because they'll do Sunday. Sunday is checking in. Enjoy. Mkunywe whatever it is mnakunywanga. Watu wa juice wakunywe juice, wa uji wakunywe uji. Then sasa Monday asubuhi muamke sasa conference. President akuje, address the whatever, then yeye arudi Nairobi endelee na maisha yake. Then sasa mnyi muendelee na conversation Monday, Tuesday and perhaps even Wednesday. So it's a 3-day retreat.
Okay.
There you have it. Wacha twende kwa the next one. Hii inasema nini? Gachagua is a bully. Munya questions former DP's leadership style. Wacha tusikie what Peter Munya is saying. Party of National Unity leader Peter Munya has ruled out supporting Democracy for Citizens Party leader Rigathi Gachagua for the presidency, accusing the former deputy president of displaying dictatorial tendencies and using language that undermines fellow opposition leaders instead of bringing them together. Speaking during an interview on Citizen TV on Wednesday, that is yesterday, Munya said Gachagua's conduct towards other leaders was worrying and urged him to change his approach if the opposition was to remain united ahead of next year's general election. Hapa amesema Gachagua is a bully. You saw when he talked about the governor of Murang'a, calling him kiherehere, and the governor was attacked by goons when he went to all Kalau. We think he needs to act more responsibly when dealing with leaders and all human beings. Use your language in a more courteous manner. You'll go further than you have gone, Munya said. Okay. amesema these guys are what dictator. Wakuli Bifula alienda wapi? I remember him saying
he's alive and well.
Akisema he referred to someone as a dictator. Was it Wetangula? He said that person is a dictator. So Peter Munya amesema dictator, nikakumbuka hiyo dictator. Vihiga justice leaders unite to fight SGBV surge as CJ Kome calls for action. Rising cases of sexual and gender-based violence in Vihiga County have triggered a fresh push for justice sector agencies to strengthen coordination, improve victim support systems, and ensure cases are handled faster. Chief Justice Martha Koome has asked courts, police, prosecutors, and other justice stakeholders in the country to work together in responding to the challenge, noting that Vihiga continues to record some of the highest numbers of sexual and gender-based violence cases in the country. Hey, Vihiga County. Aye. Tinubu orders 80% pay rise for junior soldiers as Nigeria intensifies security fight. Imagine you wake up one day and you find that your salary has almost doubled. Wouldn't that be awesome?
It would be.
Ulikuwa unapata 10,000, suddenly it's now 18,000.
Mzuri sana.
Are the things you can do with that money?
Before you get used to it and you start wondering why they are paying you such a
Of course, una enjoy.
No.
Hey, enjoy life. Anyway, so Nigerian soldiers are set to receive higher salaries after President Bola Tinubu approved a new pay structure aimed at improving. Are you okay, City?
I'm fine, man. Fine.
Nigerian soldiers are set to receive higher salaries after President Bola Tinubu approved a new pay structure aimed at improving the welfare of troops deployed in the fight against terrorism, kidnapping, and other security threats facing the country. The adjustment will benefit all ranks, with junior personnel receiving the largest increase. Private soldiers and staff sergeants will get an 80% salary rise, while warrant officers up to colonels will receive a 50% increase. Okay. Hiyo ni sawa. Wacha watu waongeze kwa kiru. Senior officers including brigadier generals up to generals will get a 30% salary adjustment under the new plan. Yeah. Good. Kwani walikuwa nalipo how much watu? Wanasema the latest increase follows an earlier review announced by the Defense Ministry in July, which had already raised the monthly earnings of privates from 36,000 to 73. With Tinubu's approval, their pay will rise further to $132 from September. So initially they earned $36, then ikaletwa mpaka $73, which is double the amount. And then now with the new approval, they will now start earning $132. Yani they were getting pesa kidogo hivi. Because now with the 132, if we are converting it to Kenyan shillings, this means that they will earn somewhere 17,000 shillings thereabout. Sikudhani ilikuwa mbaya hivyo, bro.
Well, if you want to compare what people earn with the rest of the continent, perhaps it will give you a clearer idea of where it is we stand in terms of the trials and tribulations that people on the continent have.
You know, I have a cousin who's in the army. Hebu nitamuuliza mshahara inakaangaje.
Those things they have been improved significantly. Oh, yes. They are not what they were before. The people who are still suffering the doldrums of the police, men and women. Wao ndio bado wanalipwa hizi mshahara za panya. Yes.
Nani makarao? Si makarao aliongezewa mshahara juzi.
Gani? How much?
Ama si makarao aliongezewa? Makarao aliongezewa.
You know when you bro.
I'm confusing them with ni teachers. Teachers najua aliongezwa.
Teachers were given a pay rise.
Yeah. What about policemen?
No. The salaries to begin with are bad. Okay? I am of the view that a new entrant into the police service should earn 50,000 shillings.
At the very least.
Yani hiyo ni mimi ndio imeingia kabisa.
After tax or before tax?
That is before tax.
Alafu ikatekatwe wachukue SHA, wachukue God knows what.
Whatever it is, but
ifike 25.
It is 50. When you want a loan, they look at the 50. Okay? Then they look at whatever else they're deducting. But it's a good starting point. When you're told 10% increment, that's 5,000 added.
Okay.
If you're earning 20 and somebody tells you 10% increment, that's 2,000.
Mimi unajua kitu naweza sema, ningalikuwa rais wa Kenya mimi, ama ningepatiwa nafasi ya kumadvise, mimi ningesema every citizen mwenye anafanya kazi akatwe shilingi 10 towards paying the policemen. I think they would get a lot of money from that. You see the way we are paying all these housing levies and God knows what.
Unajua, if they wanted to pay them, they could.
I know there is enough money, but I'm just saying, if I were to be asked, find money for the policemen, I will say, after of course we have handled the corruption problems in it, sema, tukate shilingi 10 kutoka wa Kenya tupatia SEDO. Because wa Kenya wanatuanga pesa anyway. On a daily we keep on giving policemen here in the streets 50 shillings, 100 shillings, 200 shillings. Gari yako haina mataya vizuri, karawa na kusimamisha unampatia 100 ndio uendelee na biashara yako. Tukate tu shilingi 10 tupatia makarawa. Na watakuwa sawa.
It can't be the salary alone. You must heighten the level of academic requirements.
Oh no, yes, that one will do, City. I should have started from there, you're right.
Yeah.
And I remember we said something of this sort last week.
Yes.
Of course, by the time you're paying a policeman a good salary, because you said 50.
Yes.
Me, I'm thinking after tax. Yani tumeshakata kila kitu, tumechukua pesa yetu ya serikali. No, 80.
That's good thinking.
Yeah.
That's good thinking.
Yeah.
But
because me, I know in this Nairobi city, actually in this Kenya, I don't know why I'm saying Nairobi, in this Kenya, bwana unalipa mtu 50 alafu unaikata anapata ka 30 something hapo hivyo, hiyo do is ID.
Paul.
Yeah.
There are watchmen who earn 7,000.
I know.
10,000, 15 sasa ni mingi. The point is the responsibility that lands on the shoulders of policemen and women warrant better care from the government. They need to be looked after better.
Yeah.
Yes.
If we pay them better, we will stop having people dying in police cells. Of course, after we've recruited and trained them well. We'll stop having people dying in police cells. We'll stop having Rex Masai's dying in the streets of Nairobi and Boniface Mwangi's and many other names I'm forgetting right now.
Boniface alive?
No. Boniface. Kuna ule Boniface Mwangi ule alikuwa anauza face masks.
Yes, the guy who was shot.
The guy was shot in the face, yes.
Yes.
That guy. He was called Boniface Mwangi. Akina Shieni wenye walishutiwa pale hivyo parliament buildings. If we recruit well, train well, pay well, we'll have a professional service. Si unapata nasikia anakuangalia na kuuliza shita yako iko wapi? Hebu kuchapa. Na warakisha bwana, tembea ni kama unataka kuwa na kesho. Ni wondering bro, everyone wants to see tomorrow bana. Bana taandika mimi like that guy who died 2 days ago. I'm forgetting his name, which is very unfortunate. But the guy who went into a police cell because SG alikuwa amefanya nini?
He was a motorbike rider.
Boda guy, 19 years old.
Yes.
He left the police cells after having been battered to a pulp, had internal bleeding, died hours later. They found 2 liters of blood in his stomach. You know, by the time you're beaten up, you know, this thing that we call the skeleton and the skin is very tough. But by the time you are being beaten, whether it's been punched or beaten with a blunt object.
No, those fellows were blunt object kicking you.
By the time you're kicked and hit to the point of internal bleeding.
You can bleed 2 liters of water into your
stomach.
You're really... They've ruptured certain things. They have done all manner of things.
Uko liver imeraruka.
Kuna vitu mingi.
Kidney imeraruka.
Yes.
Heart imerupture. Arteries zimepasuka. And by the time you have 2 liters of blood in your stomach, 2 liters. You know, kuna ile soda tunanuanga ile ya 2 liters, eh?
Ni kubwa.
That is the amount of liquid that was in his stomach.
The other question you ask is, what does somebody need to do to earn that level of wrath?
Right.
That brings about that sort of physical harm, which then leads to death. What is the state of mind of these individuals who arrested these fellows?
Yeah.
And what's the state of mind of the people who then proceeded to beat this fellow to a pulp?
And then let's not forget, there were police officers who were in the station as this gentleman was being battered. What did they do about it?
Nothing.
That's what I'm saying. We need a professional service such that City, if I'm a police officer and you're a police officer and I see you beating,
you stop me and tell me no.
Nakwambia hapana.
Bro, no.
I'd rather now we fight. let's find ourselves in front of a disciplinary committee. I explain my side, you explain your side, and the witness, rather the victim that was being beaten, I explain yake. We need a professional service, someone who will tell, who is willing to say no when no has to be said. All right, let's get into the traffic update and see where you're stuck.
Traffic.
Or not. Actually, you're not stuck anywhere. Ngong Road yote iko sawa. Agwings Kodek iko sawa. Dennis Street, Kikambala, Gitanga Road, Cotton Avenue, Valley Road, State House Road. Hizo barabara zote nimemention ziko sawa. Kina Lavington wako sawa. Alafu on this other side of Nairobi, kina Kibera side, that is Karanja Estate, hizo barabara zote za Ayani, Kibera Driver, kina Kianda, Olympic Estate, Nairobi Dam, huko kote kuko sawa. Southlands Estate pia kina Otiende, mkiingia huko sasa mkienda Langata ndani. Langata yote iko fiti. Then we move over to this other side of Nairobi that is called, huku ni wapi sasa? Same za Ngong. Ngong Road ukienda huko kina Dagoretti, Naivasha Road, hizo barabara zote ukienda all the way mpaka Ngong Town, naona barabara zenyu ziko nywe, ziko swafi. Alafu acha tuniende tu straight to the mali kuna kuanga na traffic. CBD iko sawa. CBD kabisa iko sawa kwa sasa. Kuna leo Muthaiga kuna kitu. Kuna hii hata ni 1 minute delay. Leo kuko swafi, inakaa ni kama watu ama mmejenga expressway na mjatuambia. Barabara yenyu iko sawa kabisa. Thika Road yote iko sawa kwa sasa. Tunashukuru kwa ajili ya watu ambao watafika kazini mapema. Bila stress. Ruiruko kote tukienda mpaka Kimbo, tupite Kimbo. Nyinyi mko sawa. Hata watu wa Moshadha leo hamuna stress. Ama ni public holiday. Yeah? Mombasa County pia natizama pale, hii inajulikana kama aerial view. Nyali Bridge huko hata Kengeleni mahali leo mnakuanga mmeshikamana, nothing, zero. Hakuna msongamano wa magari kabisa. Alafu kuna masehemu za Tuda kule, Tuda kosawa. Alafu pia tukiingia hapa ni wapi? Ronald Ngala nini ya Mombasa kule iko sawa. Iko sawa, mambo iko shwari. Lakini ukiona chochote barabarani, si ufanye hivi, si uniambie, ndio niweze kuambia wengine.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
Haya, tuangalie gazeti. We'll start with the Taifa Leo. Wanasema hamtaingia DCP kienyeji. Huyu ni kinara wa DCP, Rigathi Gachagua, anasema hivi. Chama cha Democracy for Citizens Party kinachoongozwa na Rigathi Gachagua kimeunda kamati maalum ya watu 7 kuchuja viongozi wanaotaka kuhama kutoka chama cha United Democratic Alliance. Kabla ya kupokelewa rasmi. Hatua hiyo imechukuliwa baada ya kutokea mvutano mkali kati ya Bwana Gachagua na baadhi ya washirika wake waliochaguliwa kuhusu iwapo wahamiaji kutoka UDA wanapaswa kupokelewa bila masharti. Lakini kuna swali siti. Watu wa DCP si ni watu walikuwa wa UDA. Sasa walitoka kule UDA wakaja wakatengeneza chama chao, alafu sasa wanasema okay, wewe kama umetoka huko unataka kuja huku, tunataka tukukague. I mean, sioni hypocrisy. Sioni irony.
It's a bit of everything. You see, that success of Olkalao,
yes,
I think has gotten into people's heads. Because that is the behavior of normally attributed to a village belle who believes she's the most beautiful girl in the world, and yet she's never gone beyond the boundaries of the village to understand.
Yes.
Okay? It's like the proverb of someone who hasn't traveled will think his mother's cooking is the best cooking.
Oh yes.
One.
Or like that gentleman Kibet from last week alituambia kama hujapita mbele ya Kapsabet unaonanga yani akili yako na Kapsabet synonymous. Thinking yenyu yote ni the same thing. Hamuonangi anything beyond Kapsabet. I love that guy. But yes, I agree with you. Perhaps Olkalao, they should have had several Olkalaos. But city, they have had several Olkalaos, though not in the central region. They've fronted people in Malava, though they lost. They fronted in Isiolo.
They didn't win.
Yeah, they didn't win. Okay, yeah, you're right. They didn't win. They fronted. Where else did they front? They didn't front anywhere else.
You see the.
But they've had several MCA seats, right?
If there are people there are very many people who, when we talk of the KANU days and the President Daniel Arap Moi regime, well, to you it's a story that goes back into history. But if you want to understand how the hawks in Kanu behaved,
Yeah.
that's exactly how they
Hiyo
behave.
ndio ilikuwa tabia.
Just observe.
It has the hallmarks.
No, believe me, those of us who are alive and well and kicking,
Yeah.
we look. I listen to some of this and I smile and I say, I see, Kanu's alive and well.
Yeah.
Yes.
Haya, wanasema pia hapa Ruto Oburu waandaa kongamano. Rais Ruto na kiongozi wa ODM Oburu Oginga wameitisha kikao cha siku 3 Naivasha. Hiyo utaipata katika ukurasa wa pili. Tulikuwa tushawasomea hiyo pale awali katika tovuti yetu ya radiogeneration.co.ke. Watumia mfumo wa malipo kula, yani kula wameweka pale kwa alama za dukuduku. County zimegeuza mfumo wa malipo ya dharura kuwa njia mpya ya kupora pesa za umma. But we have known this since devolution.
Yes. Yes.
Haya, Bia ateua majenerali chini ya maji. Paul Bia yule rais wa Cameroon.
Yule jamaa.
Alifanya mabadiliko makubwa katika jeshi licha ya kutoonekana kwa miezi miwili. Habari hiyo katika ukurasa wa 8. Alipoa na ujamaa. He was unwell and then he disappeared for almost a year.
Yes.
He had even an election where he didn't even campaign. Haya, ukurasa wa 3 wanasema hivi: mateso tupu, wauguzi wakikaa ngumu mgomoni. Huduma za afya nchini zimeendelea kutatizika huku mgomo wa wauguzi ukiingia siku ya 6. You know, these things actually heartbreaking. Why? Because I know of Kenyans who are really sick and they have absolutely zero option. They can't go anywhere to seek treatment. The same way maybe other Kenyans would have the option of going to these big hospitals, private hospitals, akina Aga Khan, Nairobi Hospital, nini. Alafu unaona mgomo kama huu, and then you're really in pain, you're sick, you're suffering, you go to the hospital and there's absolutely no one to attend to you.
Well, look at it this way. There are many private health facilities that are not necessarily high cost.
Yeah. But the faith-based ones?
Faith-based and the ones you find in localities. But you pay.
Yeah, you pay.
So someone may not have the money to pay. And that's why they would have preferred to go to a public hospital.
Yes.
Okay.
Ni kwambe kitu city. Unaona tu private hospital, private dispensaries tunakwanga kwa mtaa. Mimi siko bayana, sitaki kuharibia mtu wote biashara, but I wouldn't advise you to go to those things.
Actually, Paul, because I have a little more knowledge on that subject, you need to choose the ones not to go to. There are many who provide very valuable and very professional services, believe me. Yes. Because the people who run it are health professionals. So they know what needs to be done.
Some of them are quacks though. But you see,
oh, bro. Even up this way, north of the Nairobi River.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a quacks.
You know, the reason nimesema hivyo ni kwa sababu hivi. Unaweza enda hospitali. Pale, you go complaining of chest pain or stomach ache, whatever. Headache. They'll give you something to treat that particular symptom. I call it a symptom because there could be something else.
It is a symptom. Pain is a symptom.
Yeah. So they give you pain meds without asking you your history. They don't know whether you're allergic.
Clearly you've had an experience with this.
Oh yes, I have. So they don't ask you your history. They don't ask you whether you have any allergies or whatever. Then you're given this med city. Unaenda na meza. Bro, unajua ni watu wangapi wamekufa because ya kuenda tu kwa dispensary mtaani.
Yes, but Paul, let's balance the story. There are very many other stories of people who've gone to those
success stories. Yes.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
The experience you've had probably adds you an extra caution to such facilities. But I know of very many health facilities that provide quality service. I know. Not I guess. I know.
With my first child, of course, it was literally the first time I was a parent and responsible for someone. So whenever my child would get sick, I'd take them to the nearest vitu mtaani. But the situation never got better. It just treated the symptom. Then a few weeks later, sometimes a few days later, would need to go back there. And with time, I asked myself, wait a minute. Can I just go to this very big hospital, pay a lot of money, but be done with this disease? And I was actually advised by my mother. She was like, growing up, do you remember me taking you to these random places? No. I would take you to that expensive place because I knew there you will meet someone who knows what they're doing. And we went there. The first time I took my child to a big private hospital, bro, hiyo kitu ilipona within hours. Something that in the mtaa had taken days. Literally unaona mtoto amebadilika mpaka hata complexion ina change. Huko umerealize mtoto ameanza kuchange complexion ya ngozi. So all I am saying is even Kenyatta, cause I have been treated there. I have had family members treated there. And these other hospitals like Mama Lucy nini, I'd rather you go there as opposed to mtaa.
Paul, your experience clearly was traumatic.
Very.
My apologies, my pole sana baba, pokea pole zangu.
Apologies accepted.
Yes, sawa, on behalf of those quacks. Sawa, tuendelee.
Guimares kutua Arsenali kwa shilingi bilioni 13. Arsenal kutua nahodha wa Newcastle Bruno Guimares, hiyo utapata katika ukurasa wa 20. Tuvuke pale Standard, wanasema trial and error. Uncertainty. President William Ruto is increasingly abandoning policies his administration once championed, raising fresh questions about the direction of his government, from the university funding model to tax measures and fuel subsidies. Many flagship initiatives have been revised, delayed, or quietly shelved after fierce public resistance and implementation setbacks. As his administration rolls out fresh promises to replace troubled programs, the constant policy shifts are creating uncertainty, undermining public confidence, and exposing weaknesses in the government's planning and execution. For example, pain points wanasema collapse of university funding model, hiyo tuliisema. Struggles of Hustler Fund. Now, the loan default rate about 12.5 billion. Shift in focus to the Nyota Fund suggests reduced confidence in the flagship program. And human rights concerns, rising cases of excessive force, abductions and deaths linked to security operations, and fears by lobby groups over violations of civil liberties and lack of accountability. Hiyo iko kwa Standard. Front page of the Daily Nation. Gachagua conditions for Ruto defectors. Caught between headliners demanding tough terms to admit pro-government politicians seeking to switch loyalties and moderates pushing for a united front in the Mount Kenya region, DCP leader forms a 7-member committee to vet those who want to jump ship, but critics question his motives. You'll find that story on page 4.
You know, there are very many political parties in the mountain region. If you make it difficult for people to join, they'll join these others. After all, they are parties that are associated with the mountain.
But I think right now for Rigathi Gachagua, anasema that DCP is the numero uno party.
Yeah, for now, you can make that claim, but that is now. Chief, the politics of this country is akin to quicksand. My friend, one moment you think you're on solid ground, the next moment
you just unazama.
Yes, and you're umezama up to your knees. Before you know it, it's up to your neck. No. It is for now. And the thing is, if you take the view that human experience and the way we relate to each other is essentially a data gathering process.
Yeah.
People are gathering data. And when people get to the point where they ask a question, must I join this political party? Bas.
Wakiuliza hiyo swali, my friend, you are in trouble.
Yes, because they'll say, but wait a moment, okay, forget Kenya Kwanza, okay? Are there other parties that are recognized as being parties for this region? Yes. Why not? And fame, by the way, can be fleeting. Before you entrench it so that it is something that is palpable and alive and also more or less takes a life of its own, well, that takes a bit of time.
Yeah.
This is the beginning of the formation of a party that could be formidable.
Yeah.
It's not the end where the party has become formidable. No, hatujafika huko bado.
Okay.
Yes.
Rough season for top politicians facing auction. We have Hezana Lemaletian, Mwangi wa Iria, Raphael Tuju, Mary Wamboi, and Swarup Mishra. Recent battles to save their property from going under the hammer turned the spotlight on senior politicians who are usually thought to be too wealthy and powerful to face such problems. That story is on what? Is on page 7. How TSC will score 34,000 teachers for promotions. Thousands of teachers seeking promotion will compete for slots under a new system that considers length of service, performance, academic credentials, and extra duties. Page 17. UDA ODM summon troops for 2027 plan. Wanakutana kule Naivasha. Alafu River of Death, Ruiru waterway where killers dump victims. Story is on page 3. Over to you, City Muga.
Yes, let's look at the Star newspaper. In the news, win for KNH nurses as SRC approves higher allowances. News, IBC names Kulundu as acting CEO as search for new boss gathers space. Okay? This is a story on page 11.
Okay.
There's a piece, there's a picture of a gentleman called Musa Korir. Musa Korir is 23 years old.
Okay.
From Kabuoyo village in Kaptama in Mount Elgon. This is a man who's completed a 500-kilometer walk to Nairobi today in 8 days to promote peace and unity, reconciling unity and reconciliation in Kenya. His remarkable journey has drawn widespread admiration as he delivered a simple but urgent message calling for national peace. Life sentence for Kakamega man who killed 16-year-old mentally ill boy. A 51-year-old man has been sentenced to life imprisonment by the High Court in Kakamega for the murder of a 16-year-old boy with mental challenges. Justice Alice Bett described the offender as unremorseful and a habitual criminal. So, I'm a scholarship for life.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's bad.
He's going to be, he's a student for life. President meets sheikhs and village elders. Ruto's strategy to build new 27 grassroots army of voters. Then in the bang in the middle picture, there's the Wiper leader, Wiper Patriotic Front, let me call it correctly, Kalonzo Musyoka, as he addresses residents of Makutano in Yatta constituency during a meeting or Meet the People tour. Okay? Meet, greet, wave at the people tour. Okay?
Yeah.
Ndio hiyo. Sisi ndio serikali ambayo inakuja.
Ndio sisi sasa.
Pigeni makofi. The caption, Ruto revives Uhuru Raila 2022 playbook. Okay. Let's look at the Business Daily. The Business Daily. 3 bank CEOs face charges in 360 million fraud suit in Kali. The Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions yesterday said it will charge CEOs of Cooperative Bank, KCB and NCBA for failing to report suspicious transactions in connection with the loss of 363 million in an investment firm, escalating the fight against money laundering. The CEOs, Gideon Murioki of Cooperative Bank, KCB's Paul Russo and John Gashora of NCBA are required to appear before the Milimani Court in Nairobi on August 11th over the alleged failure to comply with reporting institutions' obligations. The chief prosecutor indicates the CEOs failed to report suspicious transactions from funds believed to have been stolen from First Assurance Investment Limited. The ODPP and the Central Bank of Kenya have previously preferred to fine banks for violating anti-money laundering laws while warning that the Office of the Chief Prosecutor reserves the right to prosecute them in the future. You see, this is the problem. I do not think the CEO, any CEO, is kept abreast of every little detail that
in the company.
No. It doesn't matter which company it is, whether they produce cement or oil or they produce money, like in the banks. They actually don't produce money, they just manage.
They just keep it, yes.
Yes, exactly. But since you are the head of the institution, you're the one who will be called. That's why sometimes when people have stringent laws and they expect those who work with them or work within the organization to keep to certain strict ways of doing things, it is because of this. Because now, the person is named as though you'd think it is them who made the mistake.
Yeah.
Not really. No. They are the CEOs. So if there was a transaction that occurred in one of your many branches, because all these banks have branches, then it is you, the CEO, who comes.
But you see, CEO, not CEO, but every bank has got someone who does that kind of audit, the internal auditors, who will check the kinds of transactions that are being done, because there are certain flags that you can check. For example, Bol Mongala Mbuvi has been putting, or rather has been receiving maximum 3,000 shillings in his account. Yeah, sometimes it's 100, sometimes it's 50, sometimes it's 29.99. But one time suddenly, Mbuvi's account has got 5 million. That is a flag. So someone should flag that and say, hey, your account kuna vile. let's call the customer, let's just ensure that our nose is clean. Mbuvi 5 million imetoka wapi? Kawaida unapatanga 3,000. Hii pesa imetoka wapi? Then I explain. Nisipo explain, they escalate it to the next person, including the CEO. Then now the CEO makes a decision to even inform DCI or whoever is in charge of fraud, financial fraud. Aseme, huyu jamaa anaitwa Mbuvi ameweka 5 million kwa account yake na kusema kweli sisi hatujui mali imetoka. Inaweza kuwa anafanya mali laundering ama ana receive pesa ya terrorism. Hebu ongeeni na yeye awaambie vizuri.
You see, they are being charged with the crime them directly.
Yeah. Because they probably didn't do what I'm saying right now.
It's been told that they conspired with a gentleman called Salim Mohammed Busaidi to defraud the First Assurance Investment Company of the money. Again, even if you are the CEO, okay, and this matter is escalated to you, I'm looking at this article. I do not see anywhere where it is indicated that these matters were escalated to the CEO, because I would assume that's when they'll be culpable directly, not just because they happen to be the CEO.
But I know now that there is this situation with them, I'm sure now they will start the process of saying, hey, ngoja kidogo, I might be the CEO, but bro, me, I don't open people's accounts. I don't even dispense money at the teller. However, I'll get to the bottom of this.
I don't even approve loans.
Exactly. There's a credit manager who does all that.
Now that is what will now come out.
Bas.
Then we'll have a far more comprehensive understanding of the situation.
Ukifinya huko juu, huko chini kunaanzanga sasa kunini.
Inaanza kutetemeka. Half of state tender winners keep owners' details secret. Excuse me.
Pole sana.
Beneficial owners of 14,819 contracts remain secret. The law, however, requires disclosure of investors in state deals. Kama mtu amepata tender, the law requires we know ni Mbuvi and CT construction company
ndio wanafanya hii kazi.
Yes.
Wait, who needs to know? The public? Ama umesema nini?
Yes, it should be knowledge. It should be public knowledge.
Yeah. Because it is public money being spent.
You must know who it is who's been given that job. No. Forget the name of the company.
Unataka kahawa?
Bless you. No, I have it.
Oh, okay.
The people who own the company must be mentioned. Because what we have is the name of the company, but the owners are never mentioned. Why? Owners of companies which secured over 57% of tenders in ministries and parastatals kept their identity and addresses and office location secret in breach of the law, raising fresh concerns over the transparency of state contracts. You see where the direction this has taken. Disclosures in the annual report of the Public Procurement Regulatory Authority, PPRA, shows firms that secured 14,819 or of 25,594 contracts failed to disclose their beneficial owners.
Okay.
This one I'm going to follow. I'd like to see what happens to these people.
And on that bank issue, Diana Kwamboka has told us CEO are informed through the Risk and Audit Committee. Alafu wanakumicha pia amesema Mbuvi, the reporting is done daily by branches to a department specifically assigned by the bank to forward the report to CBK. Failure to report can be a mistake at any part of that chain. So I guess wanakumicha na Diana, same thing wanasema. And I think maybe that's the Risk and Audit Committee or department. So the branch manager of, let's say, Mlolongo branch atasema at the end of the day's transactions, this is what we have flagged.
This one, and this
so
one.
they forward it to the Risk and Audit what?
Yes.
Committee. Then now the committee escalates it up the chain. So hii kitu itajulikana tu. Because why these banks? Why not CDN? Why not Transnational? Why not
maybe their turn
Bank of Baroda?
Maybe their turn is coming. Or Bank of India.
Bank of India. DTB. Prime Bank iko bado?
Bado iko.
Ama ilifungango?
Iko.
Okay.
I&M.
Bas. So tutajua tu.
Bank kubwa.
Tutajua.
Right.
Fungueni sako hautaulizwa mali pesa imetoka. Enda kuweke tu. Na nani?
Utaulizwa.
Si mimi nilideposit na sijaulizwa.
Bro, that 300 shillings you deposited, nobody's going to ask you.
Sitina kusumbua, soma tu gazeti.
Cooking oil prices climbed back to highs of the 2022 crisis. The price of cooking oil has climbed back to its highest levels since the global food crisis of 2022, exposing households to renewed pressure from international commodity markets and reviving concerns over Kenya's heavy dependency on imported edible oils. This we brought upon ourselves. In the mid-1990s, we even sent Kenyans who worked in the Ministry of Finance, or what we call Treasury, to go to Indonesia and to go to Malaysia to see how it is they manage their palm oil, blah, 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 blah. They saw it, they came back, and there was even a plan to start growing the trees and to etc., 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 etc. Here we are. Cusco ordered to refund Masibu Sacco 489 million. The tribunal has ordered the troubled Cusco to refund a matured 489 million investment by Masibu Sacco Society, piling pressure on the umbrella organization facing widespread debt claims. Watalipa ile pesa yako itakuja. Karen Langata lead Nairobi.
But yangu haikuanga kwa Cusco. Mi hiyo sako yangu sijui iko namna gani. I don't know.
Pole lakini. Karen Langata lead Nairobi suburbs land price growth. Land price in Karen and Langata grew at the fastest rate among the Nairobi suburbs. This makes perfect sense. Everybody wants to live in Karen.
Yeah. It's a good thing.
So,
Mamaliza?
we're through.
All right. Folks, mmesikia sauti, ni wakati wa kufanya news with Winnie Maganga. Shukran to wanakumita pia ametuambia by the time the CEO is sanctioned, someone who failed to report has already faced show cause. Yeah, I mean, we'll get to the bottom of this. Hata yo kusanction the highest paid CEO. Uliona kenye CEO wa Cooperative Bank alipata?
Co-bank?
Hey,
Yes.
532 million, man.
But ask yourself, how much money did Cooperative Bank make?
You know, Cooperative Bank actually is the highest earner because of cooperatives.
Yes.
A lot of cooperatives bank with Coop.
Yes. So, again, there's an understanding the CEO had with the board when he was employed. So, if a bonus was in there, and the bonus is attached to the sort of profits they make, then it is a colossal amount.
Yes.
It's all in fact, 22.
Kuna jamaa mwingine tulisoma na yeye. He's now a branch manager of one of the banks here in Kenya. The reason why he was made the branch manager is because he was in the bank before, but he brought in a very big client, and they just dropped in 1 billion shillings in deposits. The bank manager wa hiyo branch aliambiwa, wewe huyu kapandishwa cheo. It is what it is.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Former followers of Pastor Paul Mackenzie continued giving evidence yesterday in the Shakahola case before the Shanzu Law Courts. The prosecution presented its 19th witness, a former follower who told the court that all 6 of his children died at Kwabenzaro while he was living in the Shakahola area between May 2021 and February 2023. The witness said he attended teachings led by Mackenzie under trees known as Mitola. He told the court that Mackenzie discouraged followers from reading the Bible, claiming it was no longer necessary because they already had Jesus with them and could communicate with him. President William Ruto has assured ambulance operators that the new National Ambulance Dispatch Center will not replace their services. Speaking during the launch of the SHA 922 emergency service, the president said the center will help locate ambulances faster, coordinate emergency responses, and ensure providers are paid for every eligible trip. Ruto said 1,243 ambulances and emergency service providers have already signed contracts with SHA.
The National Ambulance Dispatch Center does not take these ambulances away from their owners. It makes them easier to find, coordinate their deployment and pay for every eligible journey undertaken. So I want to encourage more counties to find mechanisms of contracting more ambulance facilities. I hope we are going to work with St. John's and Red Cross to help them get a bigger pool of ambulances.
Former Meru Governor Peter Munya has urged the government to focus on delivering its current promises instead of unveiling new long-term plans. Speaking on Citizen TV, Munya said the administration should concentrate on addressing the country's immediate challenges and fulfilling the existing national vision before introducing another one with less than 2 years left in office. He also called on both the government and the opposition to embrace dialogue, saying leaders should sit down and talk with each other rather than at each other.
Their policy of running a government through taxation, the only policy they have is tax. Every year to increase the money, tax. It's killing the economy. I was talking to people who do construction. Those people run quarries. They are telling me there is hardly anybody buying stones for construction. The demand has completely gone down. That's a very, very bad sign, especially among the young people. In fact, I was wondering, I had not thought about that. I realized if you see anybody building a house now, you see it's older people.
National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula is calling for patriotism, national unity and peaceful coexistence to be strengthened in schools. Wetangula wants the National Cohesion and Integration Commission to work with the education sector to include these values in school curriculum. He says this will help tackle hate speech and negative ethnicity among young learners.
As a commission, you need to brush your image now. Or you want to cut a niche for yourself as a commission that goes on to record as helping the Minister of Education to shape the curriculum of Kenya in calculating patriotic thinking in our children, eliminating hate speech from our children, eliminating negative ethnicity from our communities, and so on and so forth.
Several people have been arrested in Egypt over an alleged plot by fake judges to defraud people of their money. Egypt's Ministry of Interior has said the alleged scam involved fabricated scenes in court and impersonating a judge on social media. An unemployed man and a student residing in Cairo and Giza have been detained, the ministry said. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Good morning and welcome back. It is now 7 minutes past 7 o'clock. How are you doing? I know you're doing good because I can see some of you have already checked in. Douglas Kibogong saying, morning RG. Well, good morning to you. Luis Ruda Singwa, good morning. Super Mwamba, good morning. City and Mbuvi. Patrick Ojuando, good morning gentlemen. Creative Don amesema good morning Mbuvi and CT. Migori tuko tuned na hatutoki hapa. That's the spirit. Alafu tuko na Orash Boni. Amesema morning CD, CT, CP, TT. Na Mungala, mkobie wangwana. Ule hoka alikuwa anaitwa Boniface Karaoke. It wasn't Boniface Mwangi, it was Boniface Mwangi.
He was called Mwangi.
Yeah?
Yes,
Ama he was called Boniface Karaoke
Mwangi.
Okay,
Yes.
okay. Otherwise, looking forward to another interesting day. Good day, gents. Thank you so much, Orash Boni, for coming through tunafurahia mkiwa hapa na mkiweza kuwasiliana na sisi. That's the spirit, so we can have a good watch, a good discourse. With us in studio is Engineer Gabriel Jabongo. Engineer is the President Association of Consulting Engineers of Kenya, aka ACEK. And today we want to talk about the qualifications of engineers. They are qualified for sure. They have gone to school, they have studied, they have got the knowledge and they have got the power. Lakini, why are they not on the table? We want to address that particular issue as far as their welfare is concerned. But before engineer tuingie kwa hayo magumu, unajua ni mambo magumu, Siti yako na methali angependa kukupatia, then you let us know what you think about that one. So, good morning to you, sir.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
We are well.
Okay.
Siti, over to you.
Yes, we are. The proverbs, we are. Yes, we are. The proverbs for the whole of this week are from the Kingdom of Morocco. This country is the only country to have actually escaped the rule of the Ottoman Empire in Northern Africa.
Right.
Yes.
Ottoman walikuwa kila mahali because I know they spread all the way to Libya.
You're thinking of Libya. Why don't you go into Eastern Europe?
Oh.
Why do you think there was a problem in Yugoslavia? And why do you think that you found a Muslim population among Caucasians? It is because of the Ottoman Empire.
Yeah.
It extended that far.
And their headquarters was Constantinople? Modern day Turkey.
Yes, that is where they were.
All right.
So as far as empires go, it was a fairly expansive empire. But like all other empires before it and after it, it came to
the end. An end, rather.
Yes, rather.
Okay.
Now the proverb from the Kingdom of Morocco. The mice are fighting over the neighbor's yeast. The mice are fighting over the neighbor's yeast.
The mice are fighting over the
Neighbor's
yeast.
Yes.
Yeah.
What do you think this proverb means?
I don't have any idea. I don't have any idea on what the mice is doing on the east.
Okay, you can minus the yeast and then let's say they are fighting over cheese.
The mice fighting over cheese.
The neighbor's yeast, yes, or cheese in this case, yes.
So the meaning of the proverb.
Yes. By the way, it's not the meaning, it's what you think.
Your understanding.
What you think the meaning is. There is, this isn't a mathematical exam where 1 + 1 must be 2, and sometimes you be told it doesn't have to be 2. No, this one, it is what you think.
Okay. Yeah, they are actually fighting because of the yeast is small and there are many, and it requires to be distributed within the people who are there, and some people think it's not enough, so they have to fight for it.
Now you see, you knew, you have explained it beautifully.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
No, I hadn't thought of it that way because
Yes.
we didn't know how many mice there are. We didn't know whether there are 2 or there are 22 or 2022.
Now you understand why this profession is a profession of solutions.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if there are many,
Surely, and yeast we know is small.
It's small.
There's going to be a
tosha.
fight. There's going to be a fight. Yes.
mimi nilikuwa nimesema yule si wako na yule si wangu, chuki ya nini kati yangu mimi na wewe? But I like yours as well.
Thank you.
Let's get down to business.
Okay.
Engineers, correct me if I'm wrong. Kuna wakati there was an issue with the registration of engineers, or was it the recognition of engineers? Some time back, I don't know if that was resolved, and even some universities were said not to be offering accredited courses. Was that issue ever resolved, engineer?
I think let us start from the beginning.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
For you to be an engineer, you must have gone through some specific courses, and these courses must be, they are programs. They must be recognized by the Engineers Board of Kenya. So there was a time when universities were offering engineering courses, programs which are not recognized by the Engineers Board of Kenya. The Engineers Board of Kenya regulate engineering practice and engineering education in the whole of the country. So why do you want to regulate? Because engineering itself has got a diverse, wide area. So you might find that one institution here is offering an engineering course which takes 1 year. Another one here is offering the same engineering course which is taking 4 years. And when these people come out, they want to fight for the same job market. So the Engineers Board of Kenya came and said, no, we must have a standard. And that standard is internationally recognized. So when they went to the universities, they realized the universities are not offering equal opportunity in engineering.
Yes.
So they said, no, we cannot recognize some of your programs.
Yeah.
So you must align with the set up standard of engineering education.
But how could those institutions even start offering those courses to the point whereby many students had graduated over the years and then suddenly they were told, hiyo kitu mmekuwa mkifanya hapa is neither here nor there?
What happens is that if you want to offer an engineering course program, you are supposed to apply to the Engineers Board of Kenya for them to come and assess the facilities which are available, whether they are adequate for the program which you want to offer.
Yes.
Some universities, they were just sitting down within their own council. They take a program, they take it to Commission of University Education for accreditation. The Commission of University Education, they come, they look at it, and then they say you can proceed.
Without going through EBK?
Yeah, without going through EBK. But that's what used to happen sometimes back. Nowadays, they collaborate. So once you've done that, the Commission of University Education only has the interest of the student at the university level.
Okay.
The Engineers Board of Kenya has got the interest of the student direct from the university to
the profession.
And the profession is long-term profession. Yeah. Like me, I've been an engineer for over 30 years, being regulated by the Engineers Board of Kenya.
Yeah.
The Commission of University of Education was only with me for 3 years because my engineering course took 3 years.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the Engineers Board of Kenya has to, you apply. They don't know. There could be so many universities offering programs.
For sure.
But you must apply to them so that your students, when they come out of that university,
they are recognized.
Wow.
Because some of them were even public institutions. And I was like, hey, how is it that there's this, I don't want to call it mistake, but for the sake of this conversation, how could they have gotten to that point, a public institution being told that they are offering a course that has not been vetted in your, like you've said, and also accredited and allowed to provide that particular course? I was shocked.
Yeah, that was a bit strange. But some institution, quite a public university sometimes, they want to bulldoze.
Okay.
Let me use that word. They want to bulldoze, or sometimes they don't call the Engineers Board of Kenya to go and check the programs which they are offering. Okay. But the problem is that when the students come out, they want to be registered. So the Engineers Board of Kenya said no. Which program did you do? They look at the course content. They realize that University A is offering this course for 3 years.
Yes.
University B is offering this for 4 years. The another one is offering for 5 years.
Okay.
What is the difference? They look at the course content. They compare with the internationally agreed course contents.
Okay.
Then they realize that, okay, this other one are missing the following units. So what they did with some of the universities, they told them, for your students, graduates to be recognized by us, you must take them back and take them through the following units. Once they have done, then they can be registered.
Okay.
And some university accepted, they called back their students, they go for them actually now 2 degrees. There was the first degree and the second degree. So some university, you find a student has got a bachelor's degree, 2 of them in the engineering.
Okay.
So when they are called back,
they do another 4-year course?
No,
another 5-year course?
They only do the units which they were lacking, the initial course. Yeah.
But because of the system, they already had been awarded a degree.
They already had been awarded a degree which was taking maybe 4 or 3 years.
Yes.
And now you are being told, please, you take them back for another 2 years. You can take them back at your own cost because you are the people who misled them. Or if they, depending on how the council of the university will agree, they can pay some money for that.
Bana, nina imagine bwana, nishamaliza shule then mnanirudisha tena miaka miwili bwana.
And you started a family maybe.
The same thing happened with the legal profession.
Okay.
Yes, in fact, an entire unit that taught law at one of our public universities was actually shut down. Yes, so it's not something to be trifled with.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow. But I like this. I like all this regulation, especially as far as education is concerned, because it, number one, assures consistency, and then it assures the quality. Because me, I know, Kenyans bwana tumesoma. me, I meet lawyers out here, and you can see the sharp brains. I meet doctors, of course, those ones wanajiuza hata bila kuongelelewa, and then now we have engineers, and if that has been sorted, because nowadays you don't hear that trouble.
No, okay, it has been sorted, but there's another stage forward.
Okay.
They have the recognition with the Engineers Board of Kenya for local programs.
Okay.
But the Engineers Board of Kenya has gone ahead internationally, and now they are offering something we call Washington Accord. The Washington Accord, Kenya now, we are a signatory. We have gotten a provisional signatory to Washington Accord. It means that any country which is a signatory to Washington Accord, if they offer a certain program in engineering, the graduate from that particular program is recognized within the signatory countries. Okay. So a student from Kenya can go to US if Kenya is a signatory to Washington
and
Accord,
be at par with his colleagues
and be
there.
at par with there.
Okay.
Yeah. And the Kenyans are being mentored by Malaysia and Pakistan in that forum.
Engineer, help me understand the level of the quality of education, engineering, specifically engineering education, what we are offering here in Kenya compared to the rest of the world, because there are instances that I have had, perhaps our courses here might not necessarily be competitive compared to an engineer who has studied in Japan, for example, or has studied in the United Kingdom, for example. You care to comment on that?
Yeah. Our education standard is very high. The only thing is that some countries, they feel that their education is higher than what we have.
Superior.
So any graduate from universities in Kenya, maybe one or two could probably not be there, but most of our universities are doing a very good job. So these university students, when they get out, they normally have a lot of theoretical knowledge and less on practical knowledge.
Why so?
So that is where the problem is, because there's a lag between the university education and the industry. In Kenya, the industry seems to be leading, but the university is following. In other countries, the universities are leading and they are the research centers.
Yeah.
So they channel students outside there who are already strong and can go to the field and start doing work straight. But here you find that a university student has got a lot of knowledge. So when they come out, they look for senior engineers to take them through the practical. Yeah. Because in the university, they can do the calculations, they can see some things on the book. Now, when you go out, you go to the industry, you go to the factories, okay, say this is what I was learning, I want to see now how it works. And then you are also, the senior engineers can also take them through that one, and you're supposed to be mentored from another 3 or so years before now you become strong enough in the field. So that's the time now the Engineers Board of Kenya can register you. So we call them graduate engineers. Immediately they come out of the university. They're supposed to be mentored for about 3 years. Some go beyond 3 years, depending on how busy you are or how fast you get somebody to mentor you, because you also need a professional engineer to mentor you.
But surely, how do you get to the point where when a graduate leaves the university, they are fully baked, meaning they can actually move into industry and apply themselves? What needs to be done?
That is not possible. Even in other professions.
Yes.
Even lawyers, when you leave the university, you go to Kenya School of Law to get some other practical in it.
Then you do pupillage and then...
Doctors, you also go to...
You start with the internship.
Yeah. So you start with internship. And the internship is what is taking 3 years for the engineers. Minimum. But because of life challenges, some people can take up to 10 years before you get transition.
So what we're referring to here as an internship or a mentoring process, is this something that is structured?
It is structured by the Engineers Board of Kenya. The Engineers Board of Kenya has a graduate engineering internship program where you get out. If you're lucky and they take you on board, they can attach you to various companies, including the consulting engineers like us. Like now, even me in my company have graduate engineers we are mentoring. So after 3 years, if they have gotten enough knowledge, now they can apply to Engineers Board of Kenya for that transition. Now, I need to tell you that we have several categories of engineering. We have student engineer from the University of Nairobi. From there, not the University of Nairobi, from the university level. From the university level. Then from there, you become a graduate engineer once you are graduated. Then after being graduate engineer, you are supposed to be mentored or work under professional engineer for 3 years, minimum 3 years. Then you prepare some report, which is the training and experience report and project report. This one, you take it to the Engineers Board of Kenya. And that's the transition, the mentorship period. Once the Engineers Board of Kenya has looked at it and said that this fellow, whatever he has given is good enough, they call for interview. It is a 2-level interview. There's the verbal and written. Once you've gone through, then you become a professional engineer. Once you're a professional engineer, you can offer your services and you can do work which are engineering related and sign for them.
Yeah.
For about 5 years. After 5 years, if you think you are mature enough, you go back. You prepare another. You go back and you apply for you to be transitioned to consulting engineer.
Yeah.
So once you are a consulting engineer, now you can offer your services, but in your discipline.
Yes.
So an electrical engineer should not offer services in
Built environment.
civil engineering. So you are only allowed to practice in your line. So as a consulting engineer, now you can offer your services to the industry, to the university. You can even be an academia, whichever place you have, and you take your own responsibility within the ambit of the law, which are set ethical standard you must follow.
So the lecturers we have at the university level, those ones are consulting engineers?
Not really. Some of them could be, some not.
All right.
Just like law, you say you must go prepare those reports which you have said to. Training and experience report and project report.
Okay.
Take them to the Engineers Board of Kenya. You will be interviewed. If you qualify, if you pass that exam, then now you can use the title ENG.
Okay.
Yeah. So some people, they leave university, they have got in first class, they are called back to go and be a tutorial fellow, and then they start teaching.
Okay.
They can go through that. And we even have professors who are not engineers, registered engineers, or professional engineers, because they have not gone to Engineers Board of Kenya to do that.
Hey, Bwana.
Yes, but let me ask. Then there are those who train as engineers in the polytechnics, diploma level or high diploma, or are they not engineers? Are they just referred to as technicians?
Now we have 3 levels of engineering profession, if I say so. We have the lower cadre. They have one of the cadre is we have artisans.
Yes.
No, we have the artisans who have done artist course maybe in some institution.
TVET,
and they
maybe.
know TVET and they know this one. We have craft, we have diploma, and we have national diploma. We call them technicians.
Okay.
Now we have the ones who have gone to the university and done Bachelor of Technology. That course takes about 4 years in most universities. We call them technologists. And we have one, we have gone to the university and done Bachelor of Engineering or Bachelor of Science in Engineering. Those ones are called engineers.
Okay.
So those are the 3 major categories. But you can transition. You can be an artisan and you want to read more. You can read from artisan, you go do diploma, you go do national diploma, you go to the university, and you can be a technologist or you can be an engineer, depending on what you want to do. So we have those categories, and these categories are there internationally. If you go to internationally we have Washington Accord, which I've just mentioned.
Yes.
We have the Sydney Accord, and we have the other one. It's called, I can't remember the name.
You will remember, just continue.
I'll remember,
with the story.
So those ones are very, very clear.
Okay.
Yeah.
But like, for example, the Sydney and the Washington, it's just that one...
And Dublin. The other one is called Dublin Accord. Yeah.
Okay. So it's just that one was, agreed upon in Dublin, another one was ratified in Washington.
No, they are regulated by a body called the International Engineering Alliance.
Bwana.
Which categorizes all this engineering internationally.
Yes, it is taking good notes. Utanikumbusha hizi vitu because okay, sawa.
Yeah.
Now, in terms of what is ailing the industry, first of all, is everything okay in paradise, if I can use that phrase?
The paradise is not okay. We have now, okay, I'll talk about the what I've mentioned, those 3 of them.
Yes.
I'll talk about the engineering side of it.
All right.
So that's the one which is regulated by the Engineers Board of Kenya.
Go
the
ahead.
other one is the technologists and technicians are regulated by KETRB, which is Kenya Technologies Registration Board.
Okay.
Yeah. And this one is an offshoot from the Engineers Board of Kenya. We changed their act sometimes back and excluded these fellows out of their act. And then these fellows, they were looking for a place where they can be, and they formed their own association. Yeah.
Maybe you can just let us know why they decided to jitenga kidogo.
Okay, we have the engineers.
Yes, we have the
who have done the 5 years.
Oh, yes.
And we have the technologists who have done 4 years, and we have the technicians who have done various years during their studies. So during that period of time, I think there was something which happened during.
They have different interests.
Yeah.
Okay.
There was different interests.
Ni sawa sawa, haina shida.
So is it a question of the number of units that are taught? Because 4 years, 5 years is just a year's different.
You know, engineering is a wide topic.
Yes.
You can narrow down, you can enlarge it a bit, or you can make it wider. So the technicians are doing a very small, narrow line. If it is electrical installation, they only do that in a building or somewhere. If you take them to a factory, they'll not even do it. If it is now, maybe, okay.
So where would the explanation is good. So what would a technologist do?
The technologists, they have gone to the universities. They've done the technological course, which is taking 4 years.
Okay.
And there are some other units which is done by the Bachelor of Engineering or Bachelor of Science and Engineering, which is missing in this other one.
So the person who is what you call a technician is the one who knows wiring.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's the end of that.
Yes.
And he can wire schools, but you can't take him to a factory to go and wire.
Hapo bwana atachoma.
Could probably also take him to a factory. It could be in a factory. That is where he starts with. It depends on where you learned first from the from the college.
I want to take you back a bit. There's always this question of, again, internship. When you have a degree program, at what point does one go for internship? Is it after the first year? Or is it after every year?
Yeah. We have attachment and we have internship.
Yes.
Attachment, you go when you are still taking a course at the university. So you can go after second year, you can be attached somewhere. Which
is also a unit in the university.
Yeah, it is a mandatory.
Yes.
It's a unit in the university.
Yeah.
After second year, depending on the university, some university offer you tell you to go after second year.
Yes.
And after third year. And if you're doing the Bachelor of Science, then maybe after fourth year.
But is that enough, really?
3 months.
It's
3 months.
No, I'm asking the attachment. Is that enough time to actually induct you into that particular profession?
It is not enough. But what is enough? It's not enough because that's the period which is there in the program, which are based.
And it can change.
If it changes, then we'll have to extend the period, number of years.
But you see that what you've asked, inducting someone into, it doesn't necessarily mean that now you've gotten 150% to the profession.
No, there's a reason why I'm asking this. Because the Polytechnic has a different way of doing it. Polytechnics attach people almost after every year. You finish 1 year, the attachment maybe for a month. You finish another year, you are attached. You finish, so the engineers is like...
We are saying the same thing. After 1 year, you are attached. So you are not attached. Nowadays, you look for it yourself. If you are lucky enough and the university get it for you, you are lucky. But you are after second year, you are supposed to be attached for 3 months, not 1 month, 3 months. After third year, 3 months. After fourth year, 3 months. So the 3 months, if you get a good institution,
yes,
the first 3 months you learn within that institution. The next 3 months you go to another one, you learn something.
But City, because you're a teacher, your attachment, see, it also took 3 months. Teaching practice.
Teaching practice took Teaching practice did not take 3 months.
How long did it take?
I think it took 2 months.
Okay.
It was less.
Because I was attached at Kenya Forest Research Institute, and mine took an entire semester.
Yes.
3 months, basically.
You know, it may even have been 3 months, but you know, it was a long time ago. Huh?
Okay. Kawaida 3 months.
It may have been 3 months, but it is such a long time ago.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Engineer endelea. Oh, before you continue, I don't know. So this is Chris for anauliza if Oscar Sudi is registered with ASEC, with your institution.
You know that question, engineer. That's a facetious question.
Okay. Yeah. Continue.
Everybody who can blow a bubble into a tire car refers to them as an engineer. It doesn't mean they're an engineer. Or every mitishamba practitioner
is a doctor.
Yes. or somebody who has a lab coat, even if they're selling sausages, you could refer to them as a doctor.
Aye.
Yes.
Okay, I was explaining about the engineering levels.
Yes, please.
I started the student engineer, graduate engineer, professional engineer. After professional engineer, you do your for another 5 years before you can probably be accepted to go back and do another exam to be a consulting engineer.
Yes.
And then now the final level is the accredited checker, where you also work at a consulting engineer for another 5 years. Yeah, but now that you are now on top.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the highest level.
Right.
Accredited checker.
So you were telling us why there's trouble in the industry in terms of, number one, being at the table of engineers or other professions as well. What is the hurdle here?
The hurdle generally is that there are no jobs in Kenya. Or the engineering jobs which are there are not well
Sufficient.
articulated.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right now we are trying with this mentoring issue, but the opportunities are less, and they are less because our space has been invaded. Right now we find that most of the projects which are being engineering project, the one which come in the infrastructure engineering project, are given as a turnkey project to some, I don't know how they are normally acquired, foreign companies. So when they come, some of them do their own design in their countries, and they want to come and implement.
May I ask, what's a turnkey project?
A turnkey is a project. It's one project where you do the design, you implement, and you hand a completely finished product to the government. So it
to the
falls
government
under
specifically?
engineering, procurement, and construction, EPC.
But umesema to the government specifically. Can it be any other client other than the government?
Yeah, even you can say now you want somebody to do for you a house. You look for one person.
Yeah.
Tell him, I want you to design for me this thing.
Constructed?
Contracting, and me, I want a finished house.
Okay.
Yeah. So you go and get a house which is completely finished. So that is something like a tank. Otherwise, the alternative is that you look for an architect who will draw for you the house. You look for a structural engineer who will make the structure strong and make sure that the building is standing strong. You look for a quantity surveyor who will give you the costing of whatever the architect and the structural engineer has done. And then you come to electrical engineer who is going to tell you that do for your design in your house and tell you that your electrical cost will cost this much. So electrical, ICT, and he can make it smart.
All right.
Then you go to mechanical engineer who now tells you that you need either air conditioning, you need water, you need washrooms and all that. So there are quite a number of people.
Yes.
And then, so these ones, some people don't want to go to these 5 or 6 categories of professionals. So they look at one person, they want to tell you, I want this. So this fellow, you get work, and then you look for your own shortcuts, how you can implement. So you'll get a building, but you might find that a few things were not properly checked. So some of the project, which is now turnkey project, if it is from the government also end up looking for other people to, other professions, to go through whatever has been done, the design, to see whether it meets our standard.
By going through, you mean they vet?
They vet.
What?
So
yes, continue.
So the field is thin, and the university keeps on channeling professionals outside, the engineers outside there. But some of them don't get a place to showcase whatever they've learned. It's a very unfortunate. And we, as in our organization, we try as much as possible to attach the graduate engineers to our member firms.
You know me, when I joined university, I studied biotechnology at Kenyatta University. And when I was getting into that job, nilikuwa nishajua nitafanya kazi mahali kama Kefri, Ilri ambayo siku hizi imeshikana na Kari kwa Kalro. But I was looking at those things at the time. And I know today if I want to go back to those particular institutions, perhaps I know there's a good chance I might actually get employment in there. And then of course there's the international perspective where I can look for opportunities in our neighboring countries like Uganda, Tanzania. I know they have gaps that need to be filled, and even go outside the continent completely. So when engineers are getting into the profession, do they look at things that way? For instance, you're an engineer. Did you ever consider things that way? Ama at the time you were studying, najua Kenya population ilikuwa kidogo and jobs were perhaps abundant. Correct me if I'm wrong. But in 2026, someone who's getting into engineering, do they have those options? Do they look at things like that rather?
It depends on the institution you've come from. Some secondary schools have very, very good career teachers. They show the student that if you do the following courses, you are likely to be employed in these areas. But unfortunately, we have some other secondary schools where the career teachers are not well informed. So you just go there, they tell you, they only look at the schools, they say this school is good, this university is good, or they look at the course. The more difficult the nini is, the course is, the more attractive they think that it is the best. So there's a lag in career
guidance.
Career guidance. But generally, once you have reached the university, you are supposed to also try and investigate where you can go after the university. Although most students, they look at the biggest company like Safaricom. If you do electrical, you want to go to Safaricom, you want to go to Kenya Power, you want to go to some of this big company, you want to go, maybe if you do civil engineering, you want to go to Kenha. But we also have some other small industries which are doing very well. Unfortunately, some people come from the university when they don't know they exist.
Do engineering students ever look at their course as from an entrepreneurship perspective, whereby I do my 5 years or whatever years of engineering I'm going to do, then I get out here and be an entrepreneur, start my own engineering firm, as opposed to waiting for Safaricom to employ me?
I've just told you that you must be mentored. You can't come out of the university and start an engineering firm because you will not even know where to start. So it is better to, as you come out of that university, you go and learn in one of the established companies. You can be there for 2-3 years to get registered. Then you say, okay, now I can stand on my own. But there are some students who normally do very well. From the university, they have invented something. They're starting their own, but they need still to be mentored. They need to be under somebody just to take them through.
Can I ask, the curriculums that we have for engineering in our universities, are they uniform?
No, the curriculum, uniform how? That what I'm teaching here is what's being taught there. No, the curriculum, they are not uniform. They are supposed to be uniform, but they are not uniform as such. But the content, depending on how the university structures it, should be by the time you're finishing your program, you've gone through the whole content. But the university now can put some units in first year, and some university will put them third year.
Now
so they are mixed.
In this country, the diversity of engineering, what do we offer students in Kenya?
Okay, the engineering thing has really evolved with the advancement of technology. So we have some emerging engineering fields which are very lucrative. But initially, when I was in university, there were only 3 engineering programs. You could go and do electrical and electronic engineering. You could go and do civil, structural engineering, and mechanical engineering. Right now, the civil itself has changed 3 times. We have civil engineering, we have structural engineering, we have water engineering, we have biosystems engineering, and electrical also now we have electrical engineering, electrical electronics engineering, telecommunication engineering, software engineering. So we have so many of them. So the regulation has also to be aligned this, and some of the emerging engineering programs are so lucrative and so affecting a lot of our life.
So, for instance, you are a consultant and you have a firm.
Yes.
So, within your firm, is this diversity represented?
My firm is doing electrical and mechanical engineering services. So on the electrical part, we do electrical and electronics and structured cabling. So we do about, in the electrical part of it, we have about four levels. And in the mechanical part of it, we have the mechanical, which is plumbing, drainage, and firefighting. and we have also the air conditioning.
Firefighting. That piques my interest. Why firefighting? How exactly does the engineering fit into firefighting?
Because fire creates and fire destroys.
Yes,
The firefighting now, that's where we have the portable fire extinguisher, we have the sprinkler system in the buildings,
Yes.
we have the hose reel system. Those ones are using mechanical principle to operate. Yeah.
Hey.
When it comes to the survival of people like yourself and others who are in the engineering field, what does what does the present look like, and what does the future look like?
Engineering will always be there, but the future is going to be disrupted by AI, because AI is taking shape, and nowadays most people are trying to learn AI, because AI is doing a lot of design, but still that AI must be complemented by an individual.
Yes, it has
Today I was just talking to somebody and saying that nowadays we do design and we put it on AI, and at the end of it we get all the product what we want.
And when you verify it, it is exactly what you would have gotten if you went through the process.
Of course, if you put garbage in, you'll get garbage out. So you must know what you're putting inside there to get the right one outside.
I'm thinking about representation of women within this industry, within this profession. I recently met a lady engineer at some expo somewhere, and I was quite impressed, with how she articulated issues, and I just wondered, and I just want to understand if women are represented in the industry. Perhaps if you have any figures, you can tell us. Is it at 10%, 50%, whatever percentages, if you have the data, that is.
Women engineers are coming up very, very strongly. And even some of the engineering firms are now being head by lady engineers. And they are doing very well. In actual fact, the registrar of Engineers Board Registrar,
yes,
the past one was a lady, the current one is a lady. In Association of Consulting Engineers, our secretariat are all manned by ladies. I'm now the president of the Association of Consulting Engineers. My predecessor was a lady. So ladies are coming up very, very strongly. But in ASEC, we have about 10% ladies. But overall, we can say we have about 15 to 20% lady engineers in various kind of discipline of engineering.
Yeah. Because I think there's a perception that perhaps it's a heavy career that needs
don't
muscles.
be cheated. Don't be cheated. Try the ladies engineers right now. You'll be surprised. They'll take you to a site and you'll get tired when they're just still looking at their their work within that space.
Yes. Okay. Impressive, like I said.
Yeah, if we even have contractors, serious contractors who are ladies.
In regulation of the industry, I think we've covered that one. And
no, regulation is not regulated very well still. I'm just saying that now our space is being invaded. There's the Procurement Act, which says that the local 40% local content of all the works which are being given out should be done by the locals. Unfortunately, that one is not being implemented. So if that one is implemented, it means that we'll get more jobs. And once the consultants get jobs, it means that we are also going to look for other engineers to assist you to do this work. And therefore, the engineers field will be, will probably, the job creation will be there.
Yeah. There was a proposal. Actually, there was another law. I don't know if we are talking about the same one. The one that was being proposed by Laikipia Women Rep. And I think even the numbers went higher than 40%.
Yes.
According to our proposal, and I hope it is adopted, because that also is going to be a game changer.
Yeah, the local content is there, but we have a lot of legislation which is going on in the parliament. We can't even keep track. Things are being changed almost.
Questions on why sometimes when we are looking at major projects in Kenya, we see more of foreign workers. I'm assuming perhaps they're engineers or not. Utaniambia kama ni hivyo. But we see a lot of foreign workers, and I know Kenyans have, and perhaps you've seen these Kenyans asking, kwani barabara ikijengwa, for example, why do we have all these Asians coming to supervise our roads? Kwani hatuna engineers wa kutosha? Buildings are being constructed. Kwani, why are we having, many of these Asians coming here? Kwani wa Kenya hatuna engineers wa kutosha? How do you answer that question?
Well, let's be specific.
We have two categories.
It's not Asians, it's Chinese.
Yeah, they're not Africans.
Yes, I want him to be specific. When you say Asians, you cover a very large group of people.
Okay.
Yes.
City amenisaidia na
We
kusema
have,
Chinese.
we have two categories of projects. Some of them are normally donor funded, and the donor funded projects come with some conditions, and these conditions the Kenyan government requires to meet those conditions. So one of them is that the main contractor must come from that particular country. But we also have our rules. So we were saying that if that particular project is being donor funded, the contractor, the whole professional team or implementing team can come from there. But we are saying that we also have our rules, which says that the 40% rule, that the 40% should be Kenyans. So when they come, sometimes they look at the lower part of it. That's where they give 40%. They tell you, go and bring for us sand. They give you only the sand. But now this project is being implemented. Once it is done, it is going to be given to the government, and the maintenance people should be Kenyans. So it is better for us to get involved from the conception stage. When this agreement is being done, we know these people are going to give us funds to do the following items. So the engineer should be there, say that is this fund adequate for this particular project or not. You look at it and then you can give your view very, very fast. Otherwise, you can get a project, you are given funds, and that funds is not enough for that project, and the project is in the middle, the project has stopped. And then the government has to pay all this money. Or sometimes the money is too much, and then some of that you don't even know where it goes.
I'm sure you've heard of this other thing. Ama mimi pekangu maybe ndio nimesikia that maybe our engineers do not do quality work, and that is why perhaps you'll find barabara zimejengwa na Wajerumani ama zimejengwa na the Chinese, zingine zimejengwa na Japanese, because apparently we don't do a very good job. Basically, it's a shoddy job.
Not really. Our engineers are very, very well qualified. They do their work very well, and they also do supervision very, very well. Even some of those projects where you say are being done by the foreign companies, you might find that the person inside there could be a Kenyan. And Kenyan engineers, let me tell you, you will get them anywhere in the world. You go to Saudi Arabia. You'll find a mechanical, an oil engineer from Kenya working. You go to Dubai, you'll get engineers there. So even in Kenya now, we want, it's not that opportunity is not there. So when the foreign company come and take you, they take you as a lower grade. They are not taking you at the equal. So when you are at a lower grade and then you are being supervised, sometimes I don't know what happens, but you find that the quality could probably be different, only on the supervision level. But the implementation level is being done by Kenyans.
Kuna kabarabara fulani kamejengwa huko Mlolongo. I use it because kuna kashamba mahali nilinunua huko nendanga huko kunini. So that kabarabara kalijengwa towards the end of last year, and then it was completed towards maybe January thereabout. Ilienda ikatengenezwa ikekwa lami. But if I show you that road today in August, you will ask whether kweli hii kazi ilifanywa venye nina describe. Portals already forming. Na ile kwa lami mpaka wakaka ile yellow line hapo katikati, and I was asking myself, how is it a few months after the completion of this particular project, the road is now being destroyed, because it's not that it's heavily used by trucks, it's just normal kind of traffic, bicycles, pikipikis, kawaida lorries. And when you look at that road, you ask yourself, surely I was expecting to see that kind of damage maybe 10 years from now. So how do I explain that? Is it the engineering that was done? Is it the people who are constructing it? Was it being done by quacks? How do we comment on this?
Now, it depends on how that road was conceptualized. The design done well, and it also depends on the implementing agency. Some of the roads which are being done politically, you might find that a governor can just say that I want a tarmac here. They've not even done a design. They've already given a contractor. And the contractor, wants money. He can just come and start doing the work. But a well-done road should go through the normal process. It has to be designed well. They have to go and do the survey and check whether the soil there is going to withstand whatever is going to be done. If the soil is not good, they must do enough excavation, remove the topsoil, remove the bad soil, and backfill and have it well done. But now you have some political connotation which normally comes. A governor comes, which You don't have a road. Yeah, we want a road here. The contractor, you look for the contractor. Can you do that road? I can remember something happened like that one in, you are talking about Machakos sometimes back.
Yes.
Yeah. Somebody said that I can do a road maybe at 100,000 per kilometer. And for the one which has been done by the engineer.
100,000 per kilometer. Okay.
I know the exact road he's talking about.
And
it's a very famous road.
You find that one cannot, it can't work. It can't work like that. So they get somebody do the topsoil, then they start putting tarmac. Within a short time, the whole thing is wearing out.
Is it a requirement for contractors who are in civil works? Is it a requirement for them to be engineers?
No, not necessarily engineers.
Okay.
Yeah, the contractor, they can employ qualified engineers. Before they're given work, they're supposed to look at their CVs if they have qualified team within their work.
But yes, they're required to have a qualified technical team before they begin that work.
Yes.
Who ascertains that they have that team? Or is it that they present a team, but when it comes to the actual work, the input of these so-called experts can barely be seen?
It depends on the implementing agencies. The implementing agency, the one with procuring the contractor, should check that this contractor has got the required personnel. But the contractor is also working on a design which he is given. So if you give a contractor a shoddy design and you tell them to implement, then they'll just do it.
I think
so. It is the consulting.
Yes.
So there must be a good background before that such a work is done.
Remind me again. Regulate hapa ni EBK.
EBK regulate engineering profession.
Okay.
Yeah. But for the contracting, we have the National Construction Authority.
Okay. Because I feel like
they are the regulators
of the
contractors.
Yes.
Yeah. And they're also supposed to be checking the projects that they are being implemented.
Okay.
You see, like the doctors have KPMDC. So engineers work on a EBK, which is just checking the profession.
No. KMBDC does more than that. Beyond regulating, remember they're the ones who even license, and they're the ones who determine the level at which that health facility is and so forth. Yes. And that's why, remember, we were told by the CEO that one of the reasons why they have those periodic checks and sometimes a bit sporadic is because at the time of inspection, you'll find that health facility has everything that is required. And then they open a branch. And half of that equipment goes there. So essentially that facility doesn't meet the standard that is actually required at that particular point in time. Yes. So So among the engineers, we are saying the National Construction Authority is supposed to do that.
The reason I'm asking this city is because you see, like the way KPMDC can go and shut down a hospital.
Yes, they can.
Yeah, because
and they have shut down hospitals.
And they have, yes, or downgrade it from a level this to a level that.
Or even shut down pharmacies.
Bas.
Yes.
Mimi ninaweza taka kuona who does that for engineers, because kama wale walijenga hiyo ya Mlolongo, to be honest, waende tu waangalie barabara na waulize nani alitengeneza, who was the engineer in charge, or who was whatever in charge, contractor in charge, or whoever it was that was in charge, na huo jamaa nyanganywe license, because that to me is wastage of my taxes.
So you're asking if the engineers have a similar body?
Yes, where they can withdraw licenses and even shut down farms.
The Engineers Board of Kenya regulate the engineering profession. So if you do a poor design, that design will come and haunt you later. If at all whatever you design is going to fail. If it fails, it means that now that one you're already doing a wrong thing. So the Engineers Board of Kenya can easily withdraw your license, because they also give us licenses to practice every year. But the National Construction Authority regulate the contractors. So if the contractor does a bad job, if they go to site without the drawings which they are using there to be approved by there are so many levels of approval. The county government does approval, and then the National Construction Authority also does approval and also checks whether the design itself was done by qualified engineers. Yeah. So the National Construction Authority can walk into a construction site and close it. You've seen several of them. They have written. They put an X.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we can't.
But the Engineers Board of Kenya can also come there and check. Are you using a qualified engineer in this project? But that is where sometimes there's a bit of laxity, because the Engineers Board of Kenya do not have enough staff which can go around checking whether the consultants which are being used in those projects are qualified or not.
Does the National Construction Authority have?
The National Construction Authority, they came and they have branches almost in every county. So they have.
They have the personnel.
They have the personnel.
There's a question here, or rather, is it it's a question? Legal Matters anauliza, what's the future of engineering? The engineers are jobless. The engineers are jobless ama ni wengi. Why is the membership fees too high? All right. So, ameuliza maswali manne in one.
Membership fee for?
Why is the membership fee too high? Maybe you can, for ASEC, is there membership fee? And how much is it?
Yeah, we have, that may not be our member. But we have three major engineering organizations.
Okay.
We have the Engineers Board of Kenya, which is regulating the engineering practice. We have the Institution of Engineers of Kenya, which encompasses all engineers directly from the university, from the recognized university. Even us, we are member of the Institution of Engineers of Kenya.
Okay.
And then we have the Association of Consulting Engineers of Kenya, who is now the prime area. Our members are over 40 years, so they have been in the field for quite some time. But we also have another arm called the Future Leaders, which also takes care of the engineers from 40 years below. Yeah, you can be a member of Future Leaders.
Oh, if you're not 40, I can't. If I'm not 40, I can't join ASEC.
You can be a Future Leaders.
Okay.
ASEC, yeah.
Then I graduate into ASEC once I hit 40.
You are mentored. That's why we mentor you. But we also must be a registered consulting engineers with the Engineers Board of Kenya for you to be our member.
Okay.
Why does the age factor feature?
That is something which we found it there. It was the Association of Consulting Engineers of Kenya was established in 1968.
That's a long time ago.
1968, and
na mutaki kufanya review.
No, a review can be done, but for you to, I've just told you the stages. For you to be a member, you must be a consulting engineer. For you to be a consulting engineer, you must be in practice for over 10 years.
I understand that process, and I applaud it because it guarantees that by the time you get to a certain level, it has been ascertained that you are actually able to meet the master that is required. That I have no quarrel with. Yeah. It makes perfect sense to me. It's just the age factor, because if somebody, there are people who are young. Yes.
From experience, we've seen that for you to attain that title of consulting engineer, you are over 40 and above. So if you are 30, you will not even have, you are still a professional engineer, you cannot reach there. And some people normally, we even have a professional engineers who have graduate engineers who don't even want to take their documents to change their their status from GE to PE. It depends on you also how strong you are or how aggressive you want to be, where the others are. Yeah.
Engineer, thank you so much. This is where we shall come to a pause as far as this conversation is concerned. Any emerging issues, tafadhali, feel free to reach out.
Parting shot, something you'd like to say?
Yeah, I would just like to say that the Association of Consulting Engineers is a business membership organization. We train, we advocate for our members, and we do research and publication. So we are a very, very strong arm. And we are going to have our conference, actually next week from 12th to 14th in Sawela Lodge, Naivasha. And this conference is going to bring in the academia, the professionals, the industry, and research institutions. And we are going to have a showcase of engineering products from the universities and from the industries.
Are you inviting the media?
The media is invited. You are invited.
Okay.
It's a very, very good opportunity to interact with engineers and see how engineers behave when they're together.
Sawa. Thank you so much, Engineer. Do stand by, because next we are hosting the government spokesperson, that is Dr. Charles Owino. That is taking place in T-5 minutes. Don't go too far.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. A Makadara court has allowed detectives to detain a murder suspect for 21 days as investigations continue. The suspect, Emmanuel Githua, is being investigated over the killing of Kennedy Kibet Ngeno during an alleged road rage incident in Nairobi. The prosecution told the court more time is needed to record witness statements, complete forensic test, and conduct a post-mortem examination. Prosecutors also argued that releasing the suspect could interfere with witnesses and pose a security risk due to public anger over the case.
I'm seeking for 21 working days so that the respondent can be detained at the Sulera police station on the grounds that we need to take the respondent to Kenyatta National Hospital for mental assessment. 2, we need more time to record all eyewitnesses, which are nearly 30.
A Garissa court has sentenced a man to 20 years in prison after finding him guilty of defiling a 13-year-old girl. The court heard that the man lured the grade 7 pupil after she had been sent to shop by her aunt. He allegedly took her from Garissa to Witu in Lamu County, where the offense was committed. The suspect was arrested by detectives on March 13, 2026. Deputy President Kithure Kindiki has challenged African leaders to protect long-term development projects from political changes. He says policy shifts after election remains one of the biggest obstacles to the continent's growth. Speaking at the Infra for Africa Forum and the Africa 50 General Shareholders Meeting in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, Kindiki urged governments to ensure major infrastructure projects continue regardless of changes in leadership.
To Africa's development is policy disruption, which is an unintended consequence of democracy. The movement from one administration to another. We must find ways of insulating our development agenda from democratic transitions so that we can have continuity. And that is the discussion we're having in Kenya, generally.
Lands Cabinet Secretary Alice Wahome says people receiving leasehold titles must personally sign documents and provide identification before the titles are issued. Appearing before the Senate, Wahome said the ministry is considering sending land registrars to Marsabit to speed up the process. She said once beneficiaries sign the documents, the titles can be processed within 1 or 2 days.
I do not understand the challenge the Senator Chute has. He is asking me to say timeline. I have said I have discharged the responsibility of preparing the leases. Those leases, you need to understand the difference between lease documents and freehold titles. For freehold titles, where when we do adjudication, for example, it is possible to do thousands and thousands through the National Titling Center for an adjudication center, and it does not require the signature of the individual persons.
Meta says a problem during an AI safety test allowed one of its artificial intelligence models to access the internet and hack another organization's system. The Facebook owner says the incident was caused by a configuration error during testing. The company is investigating the matter, which comes amid growing concerns over AI-related cybersecurity risks following similar incidents involving other AI firms. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Real Madrid have offered Brazilian winger Vinicius Jr. a new and improved contract to persuade him to stay at the club. The 26-year-old has 1 year left on his current deal and has recently been linked with a move to Arsenal. Contract talks had stalled, but Los Blancos have now tabled a fresh offer. The club is now waiting for Vinicius to decide, with new head coach Jose Mourinho hopeful he'll sign a new contract. The FIFA president Gianni Infantino has apologized for mistakes made in plans to sell stakes in some football competitions to private investors. Infantino faced criticism over the proposal, with UEFA describing the deal as unclear and lacking transparency. The FIFA president met senior executives in Morocco who backed him to remain in office. FIFA says the discussions were aimed at addressing concerns surrounding the abandoned investment plans. And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. Welcome back to Radio Generation. It is now 10 minutes past 8 o'clock. How are you doing? I'm sure you're doing okay, because I can see some of you giving me some very nice feedback on our social media spaces and some great engagement. For example, Sonette, I see you. Victor Lesesuyan, how are you doing? Kunaya pia Nelvin Ochieng, how are you doing, sir? There's also Christopher Owor, Kevin Mwandowe, Willis Juma, wanakumicha na wale wengine wote. Thank you so much, guys. Keep on keeping on, because the conversation for this particular hour is about to take place. We want to talk about the government's delivery plan, or plan to deliver for you as a Kenyan. And with us is a government spokesperson, Dr. Charles Owino. Daktari, karibu sana to Radio Generation. Nice to have you here with us today.
Why are you calling me a doctor before I tell you I'm one? Call me Owino.
Okay. Charles Owino.
Yes.
Karibu tena sana.
Sir Charles Owino.
So, hapa kabla we get into our conversation, CT has a proverb for you, a methali, which he will share. Then you tell us your thoughts on that particular proverb. So, CT, over to you.
Yes, our proverbs for this week come from the Kingdom of Morocco.
Yes.
The mice are fighting over the neighbor's yeast.
The mice
are fighting
over
the neighbor's yeast.
Yeast, yes.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think it means, or what does it mean to you?
First of all, if I want to be very realistic,
okay.
If you talk about mice, you must find out where do they reside, isn't it? So, and how do they move? How would mice move from your location to the neighbor's location?
Okay.
The mice have always known, ever since I was born, is found on dirty clothes. In people.
Dark corners.
Yes, and then you need to move with it to the neighbors. Sit there and it leaves you. So I don't understand the proverb. So maybe the author may be able to tell us better.
Actually, you're doing well. You see, what we ask here
yes.
is your interpretation, because when the question is asked, it is thought that we are asking to tell us the meaning. No.
Yes.
We want you to tell us what you think.
Yes.
And what you think will be correct, because that's how you see it.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, because because when for it to fight over neighbors, there must be a movement. Yeah.
Very true.
Yes.
Yeah,
Very true.
When he was talking about it getting into your clothes and then moving with you to the neighbors, it took me back to a cartoon that I used to watch back in the day called Tom and Jerry.
Yes.
And by the I think it was Jerry. Jerry used to behave in that exact way. Sometimes a rat or a mouse can be opportunistic.
Yes.
So you're very right. It moves with you.
But you see, a mouse moves.
Yes, it does.
And a mouse can invade a neighbor.
It can.
But for a mice to leave your location to the neighbor, is another question.
Something must be taking it there.
Yes, something must move with it there.
All right.
Yeah, and then and it would not be its intention to be there, because it is you who has an intention to be there, and then in the process it finds itself there.
Hence,
but the mouse would definitely move on its own. Leaves your granary, gets to somebody's shamba or neighbors, and can go and cause havoc.
Yes.
But not the mice you must move with it.
Yes.
Yeah.
You have been in the job now for a couple of is it weeks? How many weeks has it been, and how has it been so far, by the way?
I'd been a police spokesperson for a long time. Actually 12 years. And police and government are twins. And that is why when people doubt police performance, you find government getting a lot of bashing. Or when government is not performing also, there's also bashing on the police. So I've spoken for government on the most difficult aspect, which is police. It's a very difficult conversation. Speaking for government, it would be an interesting conversation. I expect to sit in a more interesting conversation because, number one, as much as I sit in the executive office of the president, but you see, government is wide. What happens in judiciary is part of government. What happens in parliament is part of government. And what happens in the executive. And achievements and development of government is holistic because even now we want to come up with a new tertiary funding. It must go to parliament.
Yes.
It can be something that is developed or initiated by government. It has to go to parliament. But when it's in parliament, also other people may go to court, or even when it has been even passed or whatever it is, the court factor is also there. So there's a lot of ways it works. And there are so many things you discuss about government. The way I've said it is holistic. And therefore, it's a more interesting discussion compared to speaking for police.
Right.
Where when police are doing very well, there tend to be no discussion about police.
And I think that is a mistake.
Yes.
Because people then don't get to know what the police actually do, which is good.
Actually, and that is why I've always find it very interesting to discuss certain issues, because many of us don't know. And that is why conversation is very important. That is why these discussions are very important, that we get to inform our people. And we are not restricting ourselves, that we only inform people on positive things. Even negative things, people need to be informed so that we get away. How do we get out of this quagmire of negativity? Yeah? But you find that you cannot do without police.
Yeah.
You can't.
You can't.
You cannot. Even the politicians who bash police, with them, they have a bodyguard, a policeman. They have a driver, a policeman. Are you getting me?
They have someone at home, a policeman.
Yes, and also what we forget is police don't take collective responsibility. I've started seeing civil society talking about Inspector General or a particular commander to take responsibility. Rarely do police officers take common responsibility, because police officers often find themselves in situations where they have to act on their own without opportunity to refer to their books or their superiors. You are in River Road, you are patrolling, you are at night somewhere, there is an attack, maybe those people are armed. You can't take your phone and call your boss. Say, Afande, nipige mguu, nipige kichwa. You can't. Because number one, as you lazy around, you will be a victim. And there are victims every day. We bury 600 to 800 police officers every year in this country.
Because of... Okay.
Are you getting me? A large number of police. We lose officers in one way or another. The number has gone down a bit because now we are not getting a lot of problems in cattle rustling along the border. It's a bit minimal. But at the height of it, we were getting quite a large number. You remember one time we lost 42 young officers in Kapedo on a day, a single day. So police officers, you can't even refer to your book, what are the justifiable circumstances of using a firearm? No. You must have been properly trained. You must keep on reading. People think policemen don't even need to read. And I ask people, who enforces the laws and regulations of the land?
And how can you enforce the law if you don't know
If you don't know the law. Are you getting me? I see very many lawyers attacking police, abusing. Even the cases
in court.
It's the policeman to record the statements, collect evidence, get your forensic analysis, prepare a case file. It goes to DPP already prepared. And DPP does not help the police to solve the problem. He can just tell you, cover this point, if they think there's something you have not covered. And then they present the prosecution facts as they are. So if you don't have competent police officers, you start by investing in competent police officers, even before you criticize them. The history of this country is very interesting. I remember in 1955, the last white colonial police commissioner, he came in from Israel. He was British, but he was in Israel. He was posted to Israel.
Okay.
Then when we had Mau Mau, he was brought in as deputy commissioner. His name was Catling. So when Catling came, they realized that Uhuru may come. Kenya may get independent in a few years. And truly, Kenya he became commissioner around 55, and Kenya got independence in 63. He was still the commissioner. And he recruited Hinga from Alliance High School. Hinga was in Alliance. He was a Division 1 student. Instead of going to Makerere for his diploma, because that time there was no advanced level, they were leaving Form 4 and going for diploma in Makerere or in Makerere or Dar es Salaam. So Hinga was to go to Dar es Salaam.
Okay.
So he was recruited in 1955.
Yes.
And he grew. At age 32, he became commissioner of police. Kanyotu came from Makerere in 1959. And we have had very well educated police officers in the system. Hinga was ex-Alliance. The second one was ex-Mangu. The third one was ex-Nyeri High School. The fourth one is still alive. He left in 88 before Nani took over, before Kilonzo took over. But he's a bit old, but he's still alive. It's called Njinu. Njinu is still alive. Commissioner Njinu is still alive. So we've had, we must invest in such services because you need security. Without security, you can't grow as a country. Okay. And even today, no matter how much money we make or how much we develop this country, when there is insecurity, you can see what has happened in Egypt. One short time, you can see what has happened in Sudan. Not live about even south, even Sudan itself. So security is paramount.
Yeah.
So I can say that this is going to be a very interesting duty and responsibility. And my responsibility is not to spin, is to say the truth as it is. Okay. And when it is not right, we admit it's not right. And we ask the responsible people to take action. Because there are many people who can be given jobs and they cannot be able to perform.
Yes.
You can't blame it even on the head of state. No. You can only blame the head of state if somebody is not performing and he is not firing him.
Yeah.
But you see also positions can also be political. There could be reasons as to why.
Charles, recently the president delivered that State of the Nation address last week, and we are talking about now this new vision that Kenya needs to create. But there's those who were hoping perhaps we would take stock, first of all, of Vision 2030, stock of what the Kenya Kwanza government has achieved in regards to Vision 2030, see what we are missing so that we can add it on to now the conversation of the new vision. What do you think about that?
First of all, thank you so much for inviting me, and thank you for bringing in that important topic. Because the day the president pronounced himself, even before he pronounced himself, you saw a member of opposition saying that the president has failed and the president wants to replace Vision 2030. Unfortunately,
yes,
many Kenyans didn't understand or know Vision 2030. Because we have been undertaking Vision 2030 without explaining that what we are doing is Vision 2030. When President Kibaki came in as president in 2002, our economy was very low. Our GDP was 0.6. And he came up with an economic recovery strategy, which ended up in 2007. And in the first year, Kibaki managed to, in his first term, he managed to push from 0.6 to 6.1%. So you remember we had the post-election violence, 2007, 2008. Kibaki was actually rejected by a majority of Kenyans in his first term. And when he scribbled in back, he came up, they managed to, they formed a coalition government.
Yes.
And what happened is that they started a discussion, brief discussion, with experts. They even had benchmarkings. And the biggest question was, Kenya was at par with some now what we call highly developed countries like Singapore, like South Korea. We were at par. I wish I could... I have a documentary which you could play, but not now.
Okay.
Where people were now asking, where did we go wrong? And you remember, we are lucky. President Kibaki was a fast student. Fast in school, fast in everything. A student of economics. Economics and political science, and also equally a student who had gone to, did his master's in UK, and then came and worked briefly in Uganda with the Shell company, and then also lectured in Makerere, and then was picked by Jaramogi Oginga Odinga to become an administrator of KANU here. So he had a very healthy history, including becoming deputy minister for planning and later becoming minister for finance, and even Minister for Commerce. So when he came in, they brought in what we call Vision 2030 in 2008 is when it was launched. Vision 2030 was developed we had three what we call MTPs, medium-term plans. So the medium-term plans were done in a way that they were taking 5 years minimum, and they were supposed to take the life of a government, because, you know, we take 5 years. Every 5 years, we carry out elections. So the first MTP, medium-term plan for Vision 2030, was between 2008 and 2013. Then Kibaki's tenure ended. Then we went to medium plan, medium term plan 2, 2013 to 2017.
Yes.
Then we went to medium term 3, 2017 to 2022.
Yes.
So President Uhuru had 2 medium term plans under Vision 20
to execute.
All
right.
Now, before I go to the 4th medium term plan, which is for President Ruto,
yes,
you remember, but what was the objective of Vision 2030 first? Number 1, we were to industrialize. That was our Vision 2030, to enable us industrialize. Number 2 was to push our economy to middle income economy. And number 3 was to put the standard of life of our people so that we move from poverty and we gain a high standard of living. Are you getting me? Then we had 3 pillars. We had political pillar, we had economic pillar, and we had social pillar.
Yeah.
So social pillar is where we had education. We have things like water and sanitation. We want clean water in urban centers, in rural areas. We have housing. We have health. We have environment, because without proper forestation and good environment, we can't have water, we can't have. So go to economic, which is also part of it, interacts with social.
Yes.
We had things like agriculture. Even this thing called low price of fertilizer. Go to Vision 2030, it is there. Subsidy of fertilizer. It is there. Are you getting me? So agriculture has been the backbone of our economy before, because we're exporting tea, we're exporting coffee, and many other things. Under economic, we also have other items like tourism, because we have to look at tourism. We had to look at our GDP. We wanted our GDP to grow by 10% every year. Equally, we wanted a stable foreign exchange, because a lot we use with foreign exchange. If it is not stable, like for example today, if our foreign exchange moves to, let's say, 200, then even the debts we have increase by that percentage. The amount remains in dollars, but now what we have to pay is more. So people must understand the need of stabilizing our foreign exchange. Cost of living was also part of the management of always is standard. Issues of inflation, issues of our forex reserve, because you need the central bank need to have good forex reserve, which you can use even for 6-8 months to carry out importation, because we are importing things like oil. You can't survive without oil. So things like forex reserve, foreign reserves, and so on and so forth. Then political, the major thing, equity, inclusivity, fairness. Now, if you look at the Kibaki era, MTP1, education, you find that he came up with free primary education. Then now, Uhuru Kenyatta came up with 100% transition to high school. And now, before I will discuss what the president is fighting with in terms of education, I'll come to that later. And one of them is he has employed 100,000 teachers since he came. Because you see, we have very many children now transiting to primary because of free primary education, transiting to secondary, you need to employ teachers. President Ruto has employed teachers now. Now, Kibaki came up with things like LAPSET. Lamu. And you see, LAPSET, Lamu is very important for us because it is a deeper sea. We are surrounded with many countries which are landlocked. And that is business to us.
Very much
when we give Ethiopia services, we give South Sudan, we give Uganda, we give Rwanda and Burundi. But we have competition from Dar es Salaam. So our services must be appropriate. But most importantly about Lamu are about 3 things. One is that the current port where we are undertaking what we call transshipment, where the large ships come and we transship into smaller ships, is in South Africa, the port of Koga. Yes. But look at Lamu's proximity, our triangle of shipping. We are closer to Far East, we are closer to Middle East, we are closer to Europe, and even America through the
port of Lamu.
The tunnel. So port of Lamu is more convenient for transshipment than even Koga in South Africa. So we need Lamu. Lamu has 26 berths. We have only done 3 berths so far. But that was LAPSET, brought in by Kibaki under the Vision 2030. We needed the SGR because you see, the rail carries heavier commodity. If today you are importing, you are an industrialist, and you are importing using the road, in a 40-feet container, you can only carry 35 tons. But if you are using the rail, you can carry as far as 60 tons in a 40-feet, saving 25. How much money do you save as an industrialist? So it is preferable to use the rail.
Yeah.
So we need the railway. But you see, the railway ended in Naivasha. That is why now you see we have to push it to Malaba and push it to Kisumu for better earning. It's not going to Kisumu for Luos or to Malaba for Tesos. No, it's for purpose of business. Neither is it passing to Makweni for Mudhogoi. No, it is the route. Are you getting me? So,
yes.
So you find people saying President Uhuru abandoned Vision 2030 had he came up with Big Four agenda. No, the Big Four agenda is in Vision 2030. It's only the name you give it. Are you getting me? Now, if you look at President Ruto's government, he came up with something called BETTER, Bottom-Up Economic Transformation Agenda. People make fun of it. But you see, if you look at the 4 pillars, you look at agriculture, a reduction of the cost of fertilizer and the rest, it is in Vision 2030.
Okay.
If you look at health, universal healthcare, it is in Vision 2030. You look at digital superhighway, it's in Vision 2030.
ICT.
You look at, we've talked of what? You look at SMEs. It's a way of managing poverty. And I hope we have time so that we discuss it appropriately.
We have about 27 minutes.
So if you look at the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, it is purely the social aspect and economic aspect of Vision 2030. Now, President Ruto is the one who is in government in MTP4. MTP4 ends in the financial year 2027-2028. Are you getting me? It ends the financial year 2027-2028. There is no MTP5. There is no medium-term plan 5. Whoever president which comes in August next year has no medium-term plan 5. So the medium-term plan 4 covers Vision 2030 holistically. Because the reason why there was no medium-term plan 5 was because you cannot have a medium-term plan for 2 years. It must be 5
years.
Yes. That means that when this term 2027-2028 ends, then we have no development plan as Kenya.
Hold on. Say that again. If what ends with, then we don't have what?
Once MTP4 ends, 2027-2028, then after that, when we will have a budget next year in April.
Yes.
That budget is called 2027-2028. That is the last budget that can manage the MTP4, the medium-term plan for Vision 2030.
Okay.
After this financial year, 2027-2028,
Hakuna plan.
Hakuna any other budget that fits on. There's no medium-term plan. Are you getting me? Vision 2030 medium-term plan ends, but the government which is there must continue with the Vision 2030 up to 2030. So what it means is that when we had Vision 2008 is what gave birth to Constitution 2010.
Okay.
Are you getting me? Constitution 2010 is now with us. And we must base everything under Constitution 2010. And Constitution 2010 demands that we must have public participation. So what has happened, it is not even the president. The president was just saying what was proposed by Vision 2030. Vision 2030 has a CEO, has a chairman, as we speak. And they addressed a red flag. Hey, gentlemen, we must develop another development plan for Kenya. The one we have is ending in this regime, MTP4. We have no MTP 5. But we must continue with the programs until 2030. That is why, if you look at our achievements today of Vision 2030, if you carry audit, you can see them. When you talk about LAPSET, when you talk about the many roads, the ones Uhuru did, the ones Kibaki did, the ones Ruto are doing, all those are Vision 30. It is that is our blueprint for the development plan. Are you getting me? And that is what people don't many people don't understand how the government is operating. So already, as much as you say audit,
Yes.
the audit is there. Even you can audit it from here. You can tell us we have done the railway, but bado iko Naivasha. Can we take it to Kisumu and Malaba to make it more viable? We have Lapset. We have done 3 berths. We need to do the other 23 berths, and we need to do another railway to Moyale to facilitate Ethiopia, because Ethiopia is a good hinterland for us, and we need to do another one to Turkana border so that we can also get South Sudan to make us more competitive. Some of these investments, when we talk about industrialization, we talk about our port, which is giving us a lot of money. When a ship docks in the port, there is money in treasury. When a container is lifted down, money gets to treasury. And when we do a lot of this development, when we plant trees, we'll get more rainfall. For your information, Lake Victoria, apart from River Kagera, all other rivers come from Kenya that feed into Lake Victoria. Okay. In fact, we should even act countries which we should be taxed. We should find a way. I don't know how we will do it.
Our neighbors.
Our neighbors who are enjoying from us, like Sudan, like Egypt. They should be putting a lot of money on our environmental development.
Charles, I have a question.
Yeah. So let me finish.
Okay.
Let me just finish before you give me a question.
Sure.
So what has happened is that the Vision 2030 management, the chairman, the CEO, and the staff have raised a red flag to the president. And therefore, the president has pronounced. He got in some technical person like Nyong'o, who was Minister for Planning, who brought in Vision 2030, and he has brought in a different external person so that they have a small discussion on it. And it was agreed that we must have conversation. Now, in this conversation, if you are not happy with the way the government is implementing SHA, because you can't remove SHA, we need to grow on our... You see, all these guys, all these 3 presidents, it's only Ruto who has held the bull by the horn. Even housing. Uhuru was taken to court when he was starting affordable housing, and he dropped it.
Yes.
And we need housing. You heard the other day the young man senator crying that they cannot take Kuku to 12th floor. It's just lack of knowledge. Because what is happening is the Funyula he was talking about.
Yes.
Land is not expanding. Even where I come from in Ugenya, in Sega, land is not expanding. So if Ruto today can help me have affordable housing in Sega, I'll try to. My sons who are working, I'll push them to buy houses there. So that the rest of the land I have, 30, 40 acres in Ugenya, they can use it now, kuweka hiyo kuku na mayai, so they live in the apartment. We produce more kuku, we produce more mayai, even to the market.
Okay.
Are you getting me? So I would want to urge my brothers, lawyers. You know me, I'm half lawyer, half Luo. So I want to urge my uncles and nephews who are lawyers, and our sisters are married there. We have married them. I live in the border. I only need 5 minutes to cross to Bumala. That let them move to those houses in Funyula. Let us leave the land at home. We produce more ingoho in that land and more eggs.
Yes.
Yeah. So what we are saying is that now we need to have a conversation.
Yeah.
It is not conversation of the president. It's conversation of Kenyans.
The country.
What is our next medium term? What is our next development plan?
Okay.
Tanzania, I think East African, the AU, their vision is now 2060. Is it 2063 or 65? East African Community, our vision is 2050. And if it were me, I would also get involved in that conversation because I'm a Kenyan. Nitashelvi kazi yangu. Mimi nitapropose to a vision 2063.
Yes.
When we will be 100 years, isn't it? So somebody will also propose another one will propose another one. It is not for the president. And it is involving... The president is just a president who is saying, he has been activated. Mzee, kuna hii kitu inakwisha.
Yes.
Yeah, but it must continue. So if we do our Ironi Road, it will become part of Vision 2030 development agenda. If we take the railway to Kisumu, part of our agenda. If we bring in nuclear power, if we bring in more other roads we are doing, including Mau Mau roads up there in Mount Kenya, that is part of Vision 2030.
Yeah.
But the plan is ending 2027 financial year. So we have no other medium-term plan. We must have a new
plan. How will this public participation be done? Will it be done by members of the what are they called? Members of the National Assembly?
No. This is why we are having a conversation. This is why we are having a conversation. What is happening is that government is involving everyone. Civil society, LSK, religious leaders. Everyone is getting involved. I think this morning they must be having a breakfast meeting somewhere, so that the president has thrown the ball to them. He's not going to choose religious leaders who will attend, who will contribute in that public participation. He will not select the LSK guy. He will not select the village elders. He will not select the technical people. No. Now what will happen is they will be activated and then they will agree that this thing is for Kenya. You know, when President Kibaki was bringing Vision 2030, Vision 2030, he didn't know Uhuru would become the next president. They even competed. He didn't know Ruto would become the next president.
Yeah.
And even now, we don't even know who will be the next president after President William Ruto. Yeah. Si lazima ashinde. Naye anasema, mimi, ni nini mimi natafuta? The president is asking Kenyans, what am I looking for? I've been everything. I've been MP, I've been minister, I've been deputy president, I've been president. Na hata kwake imekubali iko watoto. Sasa, na amekuwa president, anatafuta nini? Hakuna. So it's upon Kenyans, ikifika next year, to evaluate him. Say, this gentleman, has he performed well? Lakini tuachane na noise. You know these politicians, zile vitu wanapigania, haituruhusu sisi. Unakuta kama hii affordable housing, mtu ana demand kupewa kusupply simiti na chuma. Akikatazwa iende normal nini, anapiga nduru. Anasema hii kitu ni mbaya. You have just seen, we have just launched the ambulance under the Emergency and Critical Illness Fund. And I want us next time you call me, we discuss one issue. For example, we will come here and discuss health only.
Yeah.
So that I tell you what SHA is all about.
Actually,
you come here, I'll come. Even if you invite me tomorrow, kama kuna mtu ingine, nitakuja. Because my duty is to speak for government. And I'm not speaking for government so that you vote government. No. Or that you know your government, what your government is doing.
Yeah.
So that you also know what your government is lacking. So that kama wewe unalimba unataka kuwa president, usikie kwa wino ni nini serikali imefanya, ni nini izafanyika, and how do you move forward so that you make your manifesto.
You know, the example you've given of your home in Sega.
Yes.
And what it is that you would do with those buildings in Funyula.
Yes.
China and the Netherlands are doing exactly that.
Yes.
China is known for its pig farming.
Yes.
It has multi-storied, up to 26 stories of
Wanaweka pig.
Pig.
They are going up.
Yes. The Netherlands the same. Again, understanding the challenge that comes with land and its scarcity.
And it is not expanding.
No, it is not. And also understanding that when you have livestock,
yes,
even poultry in one space,
yes,
you control diseases easier.
Yes.
The spread of it is limited to that particular
Now look
space.
at Kisii.
Yes.
For example.
Yes.
We used to produce a lot of coffee and tea in Kisii.
Yes.
It's becoming smaller.
Yes.
So when we have this affordable housing in Keroka, in Ogembo, whatever it is in Kisii, in Nyamira, and then we decide that now we move to those high rises. We have schools there, we have hospitals there, we have clean water. Then now we just go to the farms. UK did it in 14th century, agrarian revolution.
Yes.
And that one was forceful. People were moved. Yeah? So the next person who is becoming president need to think beyond just affordable housing. We need to talk as community and say, can we move? How do we even agree as a community? We contribute money to jenge, even as a family. We are 6 brothers. One is a doctor, one is an engineer. And then and then now mu agree, isn't it?
Yeah.
Badala ya nini mnajenga a flat, isn't it? Mnaishi ndani, alafu now you leave
the land
for
production.
because land is not increasing. You can see the problem now we are having in Kiambu. Watu wanajenga nyumba. Now coffee is going, the rest so.
And now the value of coffee on the world market has gone up. What is strange is if you look at traditional settings, where people lived and where the farms were not the same place. No, people lived in a certain enclave. It was just houses, and the farms tended to be a distance away from the dwelling. But over time, with what we call modernization, we seemed to have insisted on having you live there and you farm there. Now, the only people who did that, even in the so-called Western countries, were those who had large farms.
Yes.
Huge.
Yes.
Yes. Because the land for farming in itself is vast.
Yes.
So the dwelling place is very small compared to what it is that they need to farm. But let me ask a question that is at the forefront of my mind. What plans do you have to ensure that the citizenry actually understand what the government is doing?
Yes.
It is a question I'm raising now because we have raised it before with your predecessor and people who've come and said, how does the government plan its communication? And my reason is very simple.
Yes.
If you listen to conversations in this country,
Yes.
the narrative that has taken hold for the longest time is the narrative that seeks to delegitimize the president.
Yes.
It's a strong narrative,
Yes.
and those who have propagated it have done a very good job of it.
Yes.
The government hasn't countered.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
The government.
That is why you saw when I was appointed, there was fear amongst the opposition that the president has brought a spin master. And you know, what even surprised me more, somebody said, Owino is not the right person for the job. I am beyond this job. I can tell you. I'm beyond, my capacity is beyond just being a government spokesperson. So somebody who is rating me that I don't fit this job, I fit it plus. And I don't think I fit it plus, because why do I say so? I have what it takes to communicate. One, I have an inherent ability. I like speaking. Isn't it? Number two, I have relevant education for it. I am a student of communication from University of Nairobi. I am a student of political science from University of Nairobi. I'm a student of international relations from University of Nairobi. I am an investigator. I am a policeman. I am a DCI officer, trained at various levels, locally and internationally. I am a teacher. I've taught investigations at the DCI Academy. Most of these officers you see here investigating people who have even risen to very high levels, including my boss, the DIG. They are my students. So I'm not ordinary. Anybody who thinks that the government spokesperson is ordinary, let him face me on a discussion. Yeah, factual. Si kutukanana. Factual discussion. Because we understand government. And it is good sometimes also to be ready for what you do. Because I'm saying this because somebody discredited me and said, oh, he's a spin master. Oh, he doesn't have what it takes. Who else has what it takes? If it is not me. And I've said, I qualify for even better things. But you do what you have been given and do it to the best, because even this is not small.
So back to my question.
Yes.
What is the government's what is the plan? How does the government seek now to communicate about what it's doing?
Yes.
Because you start with what it's currently doing.
Yes.
Then you come into what it plans to do.
Yes.
Yes.
So what I can tell you is, number one, before I came to this position, I was running a small department called National Communication Center at the Ministry of Information, Communication and Digital Economy, seconded from the police department. And what we did is that we realized the government did not have a communication policy. So together with the Secretary to the Cabinet, the Minister, the PAs, and other stakeholders, we have come up with a national communication policy and a national communication strategy, which was just passed about a month ago. And what we have done is that we want to coordinate government communication in its holistic nature, in the sense that all MDAs, ministries, departments, and agencies must communicate what they are doing. And from the Ministry of Information, Communication and Digital Economy, we usually post officers to every ministry. Like if you go to Treasury, you will find a public communication officer posted from Ministry of Information. You go to Tourism, you go to Agriculture, all these ministries. But there are a few MDAs, strategic MDAs, like maybe pipeline, energy, and the rest, that we need to have more officers who have been trained public communication officers to be there. The biggest problem we have had is that when ministers are appointed, they come with their communication officers, their team. Then they assume that officer who has been there. So when this minister moves from that ministry to another ministry or is removed from office, then we lose what we call institutional memory. Instead of anchoring that public communication officer brought there, comes up. And then it becomes about him. They do, how do you call it? The social media, Facebook, X. So it's not even about government. It's about the minister. It is about the CEO. It is about the PS. He's posting himself, not government. So these are the discussions we are having because we are meeting the PSs, we are meeting so that we agree on the way forward. We already have a policy, we have a strategy. And that's why I've told you, I don't fear talking. I don't fear taking abuses and attacks on behalf of government because somebody must take them. And in the process, you can come when you are very angry, but we may discuss and agree. And I may even convert you to now start talking about government because maybe you didn't understand. And now, because when somebody attacks me, I need to understand. Maybe he does not understand what I'm doing or he does not understand what he's talking about. Like when people were attacking the president on this issue of this discussion, they were simply ignorant of what it was. It is not about the president. President come and go. Kibaki came
and went.
Even the man we never imagined would go, Raila Amolo Odinga, is not with us. Are you getting me? Yeah. We never imagined. Ushaona ile mtu hata uwezi amini atakufa. No, a very strong man. Even leave about Raila. Even Kenyatta, you know, he was there when Kenyatta was there. So
I was there.
He was not there.
No,
I wasn't.
Who would imagine?
Mimi ni mtu
even when Kenyatta slept, nobody imagined Mzee had slept.
In fact, the country almost fell into depression.
Yes. And the other day, when Tanzania lost Magufuli, people went wild. They didn't imagine. So, you know, life is temporary.
Very true.
What we need is just to grow our country, tuache kupigana. To disagree is allowed. People disagree even in their houses, even with their children. To say this is not right is also allowed, so that we can correct ourselves.
Charles, there's a comment here by one Mr. Ken Mugolo. Ken anasema hivi, what you're explaining, on the ground things are different. We are the ones to explain if the president is working or not. Then there's another comment, imepotea tu mali hapa, but alikuwa anasema kwa ground wananchi wanaumia.
It is true, but what people must understand, hii kuumia imeanza lini? Are you getting me? Hatusemi watu haumi. Kwani mimi natoka wapi? See, I have brothers and sisters and cousins. I have children who don't have jobs. So how do I say watu haumi? That is why we are saying it is them to explain. That is why the president has said, let's have a conversation. And in that conversation, in that dialogue, they'll be involved. Let me tell you a very sad thing, and this gentleman can tell you. Today, you go home, you just even want somebody to cut grass, and you pay. Akuna. People wake up to your home, they simply come, give us money. But they don't want to work. You know, in this conversation, we must say also the truth. That we must also work. There's a lot of work. I have a fish farm which is dying. I can't get somebody to run it.
Why? People are lazy.
People are lazy. The ones you take there, the food for feeding the fish, they sell. And you are not there. I have one of the best farms for mboga. We irrigate, we do what we sell to schools. 3/4 of your mboga is sold. And this guy expects salary.
At the end of the month.
Let me tell you, gentlemen. Us, and maybe him when we were young, we used to wake up with our mothers at 5. You go help your mother to till, you help your mother to milk, you help your mother to weed, then you wash your leg, then you run to school. You come back at 1, unakuta your mother alikuwa amefunga ng'ombe somewhere, unakimbiza kwa river, ikunywe maji, urudi ufunge tena, na urudi shule. It's not there today. Our children are playing games in the house. Are you getting me?
Yes.
So even majority of this unemployment we are talking about, all of us are looking for white collar jobs which we may not be able to get. And that is why you've seen the president is trying to promote. Ukisikia watu walikuwa na muenjoy wanasema anaandika watchman. You know, sometimes to be a watchman in some of these foreign countries, you may be able to save and earn more because of the culture they have developed and help you to help your child here. Most of these senior people you see, their fathers were just carrying mzigo, KPA. Their fathers were some junior policemen. A number of them lawyers. It's only that now because the father was working out there and they were also going to the schools here and there was little money, they struggled with the children and made them what they are. People forget even from where they have come from. So we must look for a way. Like even now, we are producing more nurses. We are producing more doctors. We must get a way of, like now our diplomats out there, get job opportunities for them and so on. And then we must industrialize our country. So it is true we are not doing well, but equally, we are also not contributing in a small way. We are not also contributing in
a small
way. And it is true watu wanaumia. Lakini lazima tujiulize. For example, President Uhuru Kenyatta went through a very difficult time. The COVID came.
Yes.
When COVID came, people lost jobs in hotels. Tourism is one of our backbone. Nothing was coming. People are not even going to work. Ama nadanganya.
Hiyo ni kweli kabisa.
What happened? The economy went down. Pop. Tukakuwa na hii war ya Ukraine and Russia, where we were getting our wheat from at a good price. Pop.
Gone.
Are you getting me? A little bit of Iran, Iraq there, US, fuel problems, nini. We ended up that the president had to borrow a lot. When President Ruto took over government, even his former deputy said we found empty coffers. It was true. It was not Uhuru's mistake. It's just that the circumstances, the natural phenomenon, things like COVID, things like those wars and so on, and drought here. We got very big drought during Uhuru's tenure.
Right.
Coffee, tea, everything, maize, zero. So he had to import a lot of maize, he had to import a lot of rice, and in that it pushes demand for foreign exchange. For your information, you know when President Uhuru left, we were cushioning the dollar by a subsidy of about 5 billion. When President Ruto came and he removed the subsidy, the dollar went to 169, meaning that the true value of the dollar was 169. So the President Ruto came up with other things like the so-called G2G, which we were criticizing, and the other things that were done to ensure that the dollar stabilized at where we were.
Yes.
Because if the dollar kept on going, our debt was very high. And remember, Kenya was listed as one of the countries that was going to default. And if we defaulted, what would have been the implication? Our dollar would have gone twice. Tungekuwa sasa, our dollar is about 270. And if our dollar was 270, you can imagine what we have lost. So, since Ruto came, we found a forex reserve of about 5 billion. We have moved it to 15 billion. Our forex reserve now is 15 billion. Inflation had come down from 9.6 to 4.7. Now we have gotten into another problem. The war again between America and Iran. Our G2G has fallen into problem, and the cost of oil has gone up. These are realities. And because of the cost of oil has gone up and other things, when cost of oil goes up, it affects many things. Now our inflation has shot again to 6.2. It's still much below the other one, but it has gone slightly what? Slightly up.
Okay.
Our GDP has somehow moved better. I don't know whether I have any records here,
I think the president said it's around 2,000
Yeah,
per capita or something.
Yes, our GDP per capita has moved from 2,109 to 2,500. But you see, these are paper. Inflation reduced from 7.7 to 6.4, but it had come to 4 point something. It is just this thing that has brought it up. So if you look at President Ruto's tenure vis-a-vis what he took over from, as a matter of reality, he has done fairly well. But the problem is,
yes,
bado pesa haijafika properly kwa mfuko za watu.
Lakini pia Charles, tunaambiwa pesa kila siku inapotea almost to the tune of 3 billion, if not more.
You see, there must be avenues for protecting this money. Are you getting me? We must have. Some of those people you hear are complaining are equally involved in that loss of that money. And structures must be put in place to minimize the loss of this money. There's something people have talked about which we have not agreed. You remember these SMEs problems, this thing we call hustler money and Nyota money.
Right.
You know, Nyota, I think they've been giving about 50,000.
25 and then 25.
And then 25. But look at it, take a survey in our local markets. In the villages, wachana na Gikomba. Enda tu village kwenu sijui ni wapi. Kitui. Just go to that market. Angalia ule mama anauza nyanya, kapitali yake ni pesa ngapi? Ule anauza mboga, kapitali yake ni pesa ngapi? So somebody, when you give even 10,000, they say ni pesa kidogo. But if you go to the money these women are circulating in the market, is a lot. But also, majority of us don't have collateral, land,
assets,
bank accounts. Are you getting me? So why were we bringing the hustler money? Is so that your rating in terms of credit goes high. Are you getting me? You borrow, you pay. You borrow, you pay. You develop a credit for borrowing. And that is how now you find that even SMEs, they have now started partnering with banks to give this money to these people without any collateral based on the trust. You see, even the Fuliza and it's called what? There is Fuliza and what? Mshwari and the rest. You see, you get a credit out of how you are
your behavior.
Your behavior, how you are paying. Some people are dropped, some people are left, some people are scaled. These things have meanings. But kusema tu ukweli. And let's go practical.
Right.
Majority ya watu hawataki kazi. Watu wanangoja kazi kubwa kazi kubwa. Hata sisi, for example, tuliandikwa kama askari. I remember Kinoti, who has been director of CID, we were employed as constables despite having degrees. I remember Muhoro, who was director of CID, Kiraide, whom I once took over from, Akina Kingori Mwangi. All those names. These are people, Akina Engineer Kome, who became IGP. All these people are employed as constables because there was no direct entry inspector into police.
Do you have it now?
From 1989. Yes, we have reintroduced it. Yeah. But personally, as a person,
Ulianza kama constable.
I would be against it. I would prefer we employ everyone as a constable so that they learn the basic police work. Because that is where the basic police work is. That is where you record OB. That is where you record cell sentry, isn't it? That is where you learn. That is what builds up to a case file. From there you go to crime branch and you get more training and you move on and you move on. The moment you become now an inspector, you become in charge of crime branch, you become an OCS, you become an OSPD or a DCIO. Growing up, you understand what happened. This is a practical job. Yes, this is a practical job.
So by the time you're an OCS, you know what happens down there.
Yes, otherwise you will find yourself in problems. Yes.
Because there are things you will not know and your juniors know.
No. A lot of it. Na hata ukora yao hutajua. Yeah. Wana ukora mwingi sana hapo chini. I remember my first day when we went for practicals in Nakuru, when we were in Kiganjo as constables, went back for practicals. A certain sergeant told us, wacha nitaonyesha nyinyi namna ya kutengeneza pesa. So nikangojea, then some mzee came. He was carrying a Bible, he had a suit and he had a woman. Na kaulizwa na huyo sergeant, mzee wewe umetoka wapi saa hii? Kasema tuko na funeral hapa Kaptembwa, na mimi ni pastor. Tulikuwa tumeenda kuomba na kuchanga kidogo. It was around 11. Akaambiwa, na hii malaya umetoka naye wapi? Then akaambiwa, na kumenyesha, kaa chini. So he sat down. He sat on the maji. Then akaambiwa, kwenda wewe wacha huyu malaya. Now, how would you leave your wife to 5 policemen with a dog? And this guy is pushed to say, wazee, kuna kitu hapa. Tafadhali. So, the guy gives his 200 bob. He's left to go as we are recruits.
And you're watching all this?
But he's telling you he wants to teach you.
Did he live with his wife?
Yes. Okay. But you see, this guy remained laughing. That you see, sasa tumepata kitu.
So this
are
is
you getting me? So if you don't go through that process to be a constable, mtu akikuja ku complain to you about that, you may not understand. You may think he's lying.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
These habits that have been proliferated that we now see and we talk about, were they always there? No. If not, when did they start being introduced into the police service?
Let me tell you, even the morals.
Yes.
When you are growing up, these bad things you are seeing, were they there?
No, they were not.
You remember in the 90s, early 90s, you remember the Mungiki factor in Nakuru?
Yes.
Where they did not even want women to put on trousers.
Yes.
You remember those things?
Yes.
You remember in the 70s, when our aunties came from Nairobi and they had trousers, it was an issue.
It was a big issue.
It was a big issue. Are you getting me? And now you go now to the, because we call it how do you call it? Is it growth or development or how do you call it?
Urbanization.
No. It has a better name. There's a way. Those who don't do such things are primitive.
Yes.
Those who expose their bodies. Modernization.
Yes, modernization is what it's
called. But you can see the Muslim countries are still a bit strict, trying to cover their women because a woman is a precious thing. It's not something just to be seen, isn't it? It has some morals. Even the way we address our people, our older people, our parents, the way that you could be caned by a neighbor, akipata unaiba mangoes kwa shamba, sumunachapwa properly. But today, you chap a child of a neighbor.
What you prayed for is that they don't tell your parents.
Your parents. Because it will be worse.
It will be much worse.
Ati mumeenda kuiba mangoes kwa neighbor. Neighbor anachapa nyinyi. Alafu sasa utasema hata uchapwe lakini babako asiambiwe. Because the punishment you will get. In fact, your mother will not even give you dinner. And
when did this rot start setting in? What was the precursor?
In the police?
Yes.
No, it is not just police. You see, anything you see in the police is a reflection of society. I give you an example. Let me give you an example.
Spot on.
Yeah, I give you an example. There's nothing at the police imeharibika. Ni society imeharibika. A person leaves home with a vehicle which does not have insurance, worn out tires, and takes it to the road. And when he gets police, people call me, tell me, huyu polisi hata nimejaribu kumpatia 500 amekataa, unisaidie. Now that one who refuses to take a bribe now becomes a bad police officer. Hata anaweza pangiwa kitu mbaya sana. Hata anaitwa yeye ni mjinga, atakufa maskini. You have seen even our uncles who have become even ministers. Those who didn't steal. Si watu wanawachekelea. Wanasema fulani alikuwa waziri, hakuiba, ana kitu. Instead of appreciating a person who worked well, who just earned his salary and is home with his little pension, we say the way he was stupid. It's a culture that we have developed over time. A matatu person, driver and conductor, wanajaza watu. Na so wameona polisi wanasema waumbo wako pale, they have 50 bob, they drop it on the road. And this policeman genuinely is hungry.
Atachukua.
Do you think that if, say, members of men and women of the police service were one, the requirement to join the force was more stringent, as stringent as the level you have for doctors and engineers, and if they were paid more, do you think that we would curb this
Who
culture?
told you that doctors and engineers are not corrupt?
No, they are.
Yes.
But doctors and engineers don't have the job of the policemen and women.
The temptation the policeman has is higher.
The police has more power.
More power and
Yes.
also more temptation.
Yes.
But also remember, and I want to tell you this, you know our education, a person with an A may not be better than, a person with an A in a certain school may not be better than that person with a C plus in a rural school.
True.
This one may have had better opportunities, better facilities than him. And that is why you bring in somebody with a B plus and somebody, because I think other countries like Pakistan, even after doing your school certificate, there is an entry exam.
Yes.
You want to do medicine, they say anybody from B plus and above can do medicine. So they set up an aptitude test. So you find somebody with an A remains, somebody with a B plus is taken because he has a higher IQ.
Understanding.
When people are getting recruited in sensitive positions, we must take what we call the IQ test to test somebody's intelligence. Police work requires very intelligent people.
It
a
does.
person who can think on his foot. But equally, you must also employ lower cadre. You see, like now military. Military has specialist cadets and has what we call GSOs, General Service Unit. General Service Unit are young boys, 19 years to 21. But between B and A plane. But they go and you go and undertake a thorough aptitude test. So you find somebody from Samburu with a B and Anyorosha somebody with A. And they pick him. As long as you have between B and A, through a rigorous training, you get. And you know, people have never realized that you even need a stronger, a more intelligent police than even military. Because military, you just need good commanders. And military, you know, ni kuwa. If there is war, hakuna language, you plot the enemy, you finish. True or not true?
It is true.
But police requires top-notch,
Engagement.
intelligent. Even if I'm picking a driver, I'm picking what was standard 7, I'm a what from 4, I'm picking a driver. You know, you must pick somebody who can think fast. If you have a thick driver, atakugonga kwa miti.
Charles, do you have trainings within the police service that give somebody an opportunity to improve themselves? Or
Now
is it BDACO?
Now you are diverting me to, let's discuss government.
There's a reason why.
You will call the police spokesperson.
There's a reason why I'm asking this question. I will not ask another police question after this one, but the reason why I'm asking is this. The police service has been under scrutiny and attack for the things they have done, the things people perceive they have done,
Yes.
and for any assortment of ills that we see in the country. Now, my question is focused on this. Helping the civilians, the citizenry understand what the police service is, what people are trained to do, and some of the handicaps that they face on a day-to-day basis.
I told you the first thing is that the police biggest problem is society. In the sense that even today, when the police announce recruitment, it is very rare to find a parent bringing in his best child to become a policeman. Today you are my friend, you come to me, you hear tomorrow, you know, he's Inspector General. You come to me, you ask me, Charles, you know, my daughter Melvin is an architect. My son so-and-so is an engineer. So-and-so is a doctor. But Charles, hii mdogo huyu, msumbufu, anasumbua, hata kupita mtihani, so niingizie kwa polisi. You know, that is the Kenyan mentality of a police service. That this is where, and that is why they don't even have respect for police.
This is where you take rejects.
Are you getting me? The first thing Kenyans themselves don't understand. So even in this conversation we are saying the president wants to do, you must understand why you want to have a conversation. Kenyans themselves must understand what kind of police service do they want. Look at the houses where policemen reside in the village. Isn't it?
Even in town.
Hata hapa
Even in
Nairobi
town.
tu.
Even in town.
So which girl wants to marry a policeman? Which reasonable, educated girl wants to marry a policeman whom he has seen living in those debe houses? Ni ngumu sana. So first of all, we degrade them as a society. So I would put this to you. As a Kenyan, put it as a debate, discuss it, demand that we want officers. As policemen, if we start demanding, we look selfish. We look as if tunajitafutia. But you people fight for your police.
Tutawapigania msijali.
Sacrifice. Say,
yes.
Let's have the best children in the service, number one. Number two, let's pay them better. Number three, let's give them good housing.
Yeah.
People just talk, but practically, a little bit of neglect.
Owino, you had said that you will touch on matters to do with free education
Yes.
at the beginning of the interview.
Yes.
Maybe you can help us understand what is happening in that particular front, because number one, we had issues of capitation, we had issues of textbooks for schools, and then of course now we have the university funding model, which is mambo jumbo at the time. Maybe you can help us understand what's happening.
First of all, President Kibaki was a child of education, came from a poor background, and it is education that put him to where he was. So he knew the value of school. So he came up with free primary education. People never believed him, but it took off. And then President Kibaki came up with CDF through that MP from, was it Olkalau or where? The one who brought the CDF debate in Parliament. And CDF has been very important to us because it has developed our schools, our primary schools. Tulikuwa tunabeba cow dung kwenda kusumia kwa shule. Now most schools, even in the rural, the MPs have struggled to build classrooms using CDF. And also government has brought in some little money on capitation to develop schools. So a lot is happening. Then now President Uhuru came up with 100% transition to high school. This means that now the number of children qualifying for university are many. Very many. So when President Ruto came in, education had suffered a lot, especially university had suffered a lot. And you find that universities were in debt, vice chancellors were suffering, KRA is even closing their accounts, and yet they had not even received enough capitation. So a team sat, not the president, a team. You know, the president will always leave technocrats to work in the Ministry of Education or other people. And they came up with what we call an education funding, which involved that thing called banding. Band 1, Band 2, Band 3, Band 4. So Band 1 was for those, the lowest in the community, the poorest, where your parent is expected to pay just 5%. Then 25% government pays for you grant. Then 70% is loan. Band 2, you are supposed to pay, the parent is to pay 10%. Then 30% grant. Then 60% loan. Band 3, the parent pays 20%. Then grant 30%. Then loan 50%. Then band 4, the parent pays 30%. 30% fees, then the government pays 30% grant, then they give you 40% loan. Then now band 5, where Owino's children fall, I was expected to pay 40% for my child. He's paid for 30% grant by government, and then
The 30%.
30% loan. Now, what was our first problem? When the children were given forms, the students were given forms to fill, most of them went to cyber, either in the village or around there, and gave the cyber people to fill for them the forms. Some children also were filling the forms, but they don't want to admit that the father lives in a grass-thatched house, or the father lives in a manyata, anafikiria anaweza chekelewa. So what happened is that when now the evaluation was done, many poor children found themselves in band 4. Are you getting me? Then people started making noise without realizing what was the problem. The noise became too much, it became a problem. Then again, it was realized on evaluation that some parents, even that 5%, they can't pay. So many children are failing to report to university. Now you saw yesterday the HELB CEO, the minister, and the university fund CEO were in parliament. They were being interrogated on a new bill which they have taken for tertiary education. It will take care of university, it will take university fees, it will take care of MTC, it will take care of TVETs. You know, government has put in so many TVETs because we are looking for skills. So this proposal, which has gone there, they are proposing that all the university entrants are given a loan.
Everyone
is given a loan. So the question you saw there was, how do we raise this?
And this includes people in students rather in private universities.
No.
Just public.
Public.
Okay.
Ukienda private,
jipange.
Tunajipanga. Umeenda, you know, we are only taking, because you know university is HELB is admitting anybody with C+ and above. We thought they would increase it to B, but the argument was very interesting. The disadvantaged children in schools which are still not developed, who have attained C+, where do we take them? Why don't we give them equal opportunities?
Okay.
Are you getting me? And they are doing well in the university. So they said, no, kila mtu from C+, let's give everybody opportunity to go to university.
All right.
And they are also able, parents will not take their children to local universities. They'll take them out or they'll pay. Are you getting me? Yeah, because there are people paying nursery in Breban $1 million, isn't it? 1.5. Yeah. So those ones are there.
Yeah.
So
very true, they're there.
Yeah. So what we are saying is that there is a new tertiary funding model which has gone in that consideration, and that is the true position, and we need to support government on that.
Okay.
Yes.
Health on the issue of SHA.
Yeah.
SHA kidogo imekuwa na. Let me give you a personal experience.
Yes.
I've said this so many times on this program.
Yeah.
I have someone who went to Mama Lucy hospital, treated free of charge, kila kitu hata kuitishwa shilingi hata moja. And then he was referred to Kenyatta National Hospital. He had a throat infection that needed specialized treatment. So he was referred to an ENT at Kenyatta National Hospital. So when he got there, from the onset, we were told that he needs to pay. SHA worked at Mama Lucy, alitumia SHA vizuri sana, lakini huko kwingine kwa Mama Lucy, Kenyatta akaambiwa sasa kutoka hapa unatoa pesa, because huku it is only for civil servants. Help us understand how that is so.
The problem we have is that there is nothing that sprouts that does not have hiccups. SHA is a new baby, and it has its hiccups. You remember just yesterday they were introducing the ambulance, where you just dial 922, but it's not for everyone. It's for true emergencies, maybe birth, heart attack,
critical
stroke,
injuries.
Critical injuries. You dial 922, then they locate where you are. It locates where you are. An ambulance around is, you can see on the board.
It's dispatched.
And then they also look at which hospital has a bed. Not necessarily the next hospital. Which one has
a bed?
And they take you. This is something which was just launched yesterday.
Yes.
But now SHA has taken over here. The first important thing is people need to appreciate is that we are developing a new universal health program. We know we used to have NHIF. And initially NHIF was just for payslip holders. Then a bit of President Kenyatta now started introducing the public, the general public, you just contribute. But even that one, the minimum was 500. SHA now the minimum is 300. But also, the other one you needed to take 3 months before they pay. They start, even if you contribute, you have to wait for 3 months. SHA, you do it straight away.
Yeah.
But first of all, in a very brief way, what is SHA? We have Social Health Act, which brought about Social Health
Insurance
Authority.
Oh, okay.
Both are SHA. Social Health Act and Social Health
Authority.
Now, SHA, SHIF, the Social Health Insurance Fund, is what is equivalent to NHIF. Because it was contributory. And this one is also still
contributory.
Unanipata? Now, SHA has brought in 3 more funds apart from SHIF. It has brought about Emergency, Critical and Chronic Illness Fund that is funded by Treasury. Where if you exhaust your SHIF, then Critical and Chronic Illness Fund should be able to take over, especially if you have a critical illness. All right? That is the projection. Number 2, they have what we call the primary health care, where dispensaries and health centers, you are supposed to be treated for free. You're just supposed to go, kama ni jab ya mtoto, nini, at that level. And also, they can look at you and now refer you. They check and say, no, this one, you go to now level 4.
Yes.
Or go to level 3. Are you getting me? There are referrals in that manner. Then, we now have what we call the Hospital Infrastructure Fund. It will behave like CDF. So that infrastructure fund, when it is rolled, it will start developing our dispensaries and our health centers. It will also develop our level 4s and our level 6s. Are you getting me?
Yes.
But you see, when this thing is starting, a lot of hiccups. For example, we want to use biometrics. Why? Because of our inherent culture ya kuiba. We have just decided that we are a country that even if you find somebody's phone, you take it. You find 10 shillings, it may drop, you take it. We are not a country where you find something and you give it back to the owner. So even that medical scheme, you saw in the first days when it just started, there were so many false claims. And there are so many hospitals which have been blacklisted. So we are growing. We have just started and we are growing. Unfortunately, membership has moved from 7 million in 2022. We are now at registered 31 million members of SHA. And another disadvantage we have about this medical thing is today, when my mom is unwell, I'll take her, I pay SHA. Maybe 7,200. 600 by, well, how much is it?
1,200. You think per year?
It is per year. I'll pay less. How much?
If you're doing 7,200 in a year, yeah, that's what you said.
Yes.
Then ni kumaanisha that in a month you're 600.
600 bob. For example, like that. Then you go, because minimum is 300.
Yes.
So you pay for your mother, let's say 7,200. Then the procedure done is maybe 346,000. It is paid. Then you walk away, you go home. Then when the next year comes, you don't subscribe. Because your mother is not sick. You are waiting again for her to be sick. For you to do what?
To pay.
You are forgetting that the 346,000 was a contribution from other people who are not sick. So if today, a population of 50 million, we could all be in SHA, and we are all paying, hata kama tunalipa 500, what kind of money do you think we will hold?
That pool would be deep.
There'll be sufficient money to actually provide those services.
Yes. So, first of all, Kenyans are very good at crying. You get into something, you want the services, but truly, even your contribution is questioning. You can find we have 31, but you'll only find the payslip holders are the ones struggling to maintain SHA. Sisi watu wa kawaida, tunalipa tu tukiwa wagonjwa. After we've been treated,
done.
We take off. Are you getting me? So that still brings us back to discipline, developing a culture. Because, everybody says SHA is bad, it is not working. People who are saying this are people who have paid even 5 million insurance for themselves. Na anatafuta SHA is bad, ndiye achaguliwe president. Aendelee kuiba pesa yenu. See, ati SHA is bad because it is truly bad. Because now what is bad about SHA, and yet I know there are hiccups. I know there are problems we are facing. But they are getting solved step by step.
Is there a hotline for SHA where somebody can call and say, I'm at this place and I'm facing this difficulty here?
Sort it out.
That is why you have seen this issue of ambulance has now come, where there is number 922.
But hiyo ni ambulance.
Yes, but
you see, general complaints?
You see, general complaints has numbers, various numbers, depending on the region where you are. Are you getting me? But you see, the biggest complaint that requires an emergency is this one of an ambulance. It is not just ambulance the way you take it, ambulance. No. A woman is delivering. So the first thing is to get what? An ambulance. And for that person to be taken where? To hospital. You have a heart attack at home. You start struggling looking for an ambulance. If you can call and it comes, the better. And they are saying they must also locate the hospital where there is a bed, so that you are not moved from this hospital, then you go to that hospital, and then you eventually end up dying in an ambulance. Yes.
On the issue of UHC workers, we understand that there is money to pay them.
Yes.
The payroll was already transferred according to the CS.
Yes.
But the issue from what I understand, the conversations we've had with them here, the nurses and the
public health officers,
those ones, all of them, they're saying that there is no commitment for the government to the COG to ensure that even after the first year of being paid, they'll be paid years after that. According to them, according to the Council of Governors, it's like mwaka wa kwanza utalipwa vizuri sana, and then burden after mwaka wa pili waachiwe. So what are we going to do about it? Because it looks like...
What do they mean, waachiwe?
They are saying this. What the government has told them is that for payment of these workers, they'll get a conditional grant. And they say that doesn't guarantee them the payment for the status of these workers who are permanent and pensionable beyond that first year of payment.
Or that when you are there recruiting new people for you,
no, even the existing ones,
yes,
they're not guaranteed payment after the first year.
Yes, but I think that is what happened when there was transition, when health was devolved, isn't it? The payment is supposed to come from counties.
It does. What they're saying,
and it is a budget. Yes,
no, you see, this cadre of worker was actually a national government worker.
Yes.
Because their employment came at a time when we had the emergency of COVID and the others.
Yes.
So they were employed to beef up the health worker force.
Yes.
But now this is a process where they want to be absorbed. And by the way, it's not that they were not working in the counties. No. The national government was doing the payment. But these people, they were working in the counties. So now the whole process of their employment and their remuneration is being taken to the counties.
Now let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Every year the counties draw a budget.
They do.
Isn't it?
They do.
Much of these monies that you see the counties receive from the central government is budgeted money.
Yes.
As much as it is the county paying, but it is money budgeted by the counties through national government.
Yes.
True or not true?
It is true.
So what happens is, if they are giving you money for 1 year, you know what it means? It means it was not in your budget. A budget runs on a financial year. This money will still come from central government.
It will.
Are you getting me?
Yes.
So they are giving you 1 year to cover for the period when there is no budget. You had not budgeted for them because the money was coming from central government. Now they give you a grant to cover. But you are expected that in that financial year, you now include them in your budget. And that budget that now you will include them will still come from where?
The central government.
Mshahara ya governor inatokanga wapi?
Central
government. As much as it's paying, the money comes from central government. They have not even moved to generate. And let me tell you a very bad thing about county governments. You do a contract with a county government on a budget, and you are not paid. Are you getting me?
And yet they've budgeted for whatever it is.
For whatever it is.
You've done for them,
yes. Because how do you do a project without a budget? A governor goes, a new governor comes in.
You pay warning.
They don't pay. Sometimes they even send a list to comptroller of budget mentioning that particular project, but when the money comes, he pays his friend. If there is where there is indiscipline in his counties, and something must be done about it. Yes.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy. So even if you hear those complaints, take it in this manner that, yes, if these people were being paid by central government, and now they are to be moved to county. Then central government just gives a grant for 1
Yeah.
year. Then in the coming year, they fix it in the budget.
So that it's part of the equitable share that the government gives them.
Exactly. So the following year, the money gets remitted. Yes.
Charles, there's something on the Standard newspaper this morning. I'm sure you've seen it. They're saying trial and error. A lot of issues to do with uncertainty. President William Ruto is increasingly abandoning policies his administration once championed, raising fresh questions about the direction of his government. From the university funding model to tax measures and fuel subsidies, many flagship initiatives have been revised, delayed, or quietly shelved after fierce public resistance and implementation setbacks.
You have said Standard. Yeah. They have their wars with president.
Okay.
Whether they are village wars, whether they are what wars, we don't know. But they have their wars. But if you are a Kenyan, the president has not abandoned a policy.
Okay.
Like now they were saying the president is abandoning Vision 2030. And I've just explained to you, it is not true.
The MTPs,
the MTPs is coming to an end. And therefore, we must have a new development plan going forward. It is not President Ruto's. President Ruto will either leave office in 2028, 2027, August after elections if he's not re-elected, or he will leave office in 2032 if he's re-elected, or when God decides. Isn't it?
Very true.
But the maximum he can be office is 2032. Even if we have another vision developed today, whether 2050, 2060, 2063, William we will only do one medium-term plan. I know that you understand. Yes. Only do one medium-term plan. It is not his. It's for Kenyans. What happens if it's not there? You must remove your mind from President William Ruto and put things right and argue properly in the right way for your country. Like now, which policy is it that he has abandoned? It's only a foolish person who does not change his mind. If we found that the banding system was not working and Kenyans were complaining,
you change.
You go for another system. Isn't it?
It is
like
not
now, we are calling Kenyans for a discussion, and people have never known that the bottom-up economic
transformation
agenda is Vision 2030. It's only that President Ruto gave it a name that resonates with the small people to understand what it was. Because health is in Vision 2030. Isn't it?
Everything.
Housing is vision. Everything is in Vision 2030. And is continuing with it until 2032. So, he's not abandoning it. He's not abandoned anything. There can be reviews even in medical, you can go to hospital with a particular problem.
Yes.
It can degenerate. It can be reviewed, isn't it? So what are they talking about? Who does not know who owns Standard and who does not know the problems he has with Ruto? It could be sibling rivalry, we don't know. It could be other issues. So why should you bring us to your personal issues as an individual? If you have an issue with an individual, we maliza nyumbani usitulete kwa street. We are serious people, bwana. Yeah.
In terms of even the opinion polls that have been carried out by various pollsters, putting the president at the top, but still with very small numbers. His competitors, of course, come in below him. There's clearly a feeling that something is wrong somewhere. How do you look at your position as the government spokesperson to help achieve a different look of this current government?
I'm not supposed to campaign for the president. I'm supposed to speak.
Yeah. But you see, it is his
just
government
that
is being criticized.
Yes, fine. But I will lay bare. The way I've told you what is happening with Vision 2030. You can choose to listen. You can choose not to. What do I do? If you have your rivalry with an individual, what do we do? Are you getting me? How many people are accepting these politicians? Because again, if you look at our politics, it's tribal, it's regional. Where I come from, when our late big brother Raila joined government, we all joined government. Even those who are criticizing Ruto. True or not true?
Very true.
So what policy did you use? Him. Meaning, what he was saying about William was not true. It was just rivalry. When they now come to the table and his people have been considered, now he's a good man.
Why don't we take it back to President Uhuru's government? We know the things that were said about Raila. And then in 2017, there's a handshake.
Yes.
And suddenly everything that was said
changes. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. President Ruto has done fairly well. Where we were, everybody who comes here, ask him to tell you the truth. What was our loan rating? What was our GDP? What was our situation? Even unga. You know, we've been very lucky. President Ruto reduced the price of fertilizer, which nobody now wants to accept. That is an important factor. When we were going to election 2022, President Uhuru and his friend were struggling to put a subsidy on unga because it was so high. And even people suffered. You know, the subsidy was put, the factories were never paid. President Ruto is the one who has come to pay the subsidy of Uhuru and Raila on unga. It's a fact. If I'm lying, let me be challenged with facts. Even that subsidy is the one who has paid. Even the Eurobond that many people say many things about, which I should not say. President Ruto has paid. Maskini mtoto ya mtu. Jameni. Hii president hana baba, hana mama, hana ndugu, hana... You do all these things and you don't appreciate. I can assure you. I can?
Assure me.
That the noise you hear against President Ruto, the small man picks it from the big man. The small man is not involved. It's a big man problem. Are people who are looking for presidency. And truly, we have a guy here that when he was in office, I could not sit in this office I'm sitting today. I couldn't. Yes. He starts asking you shares, which you don't know. Are you getting me? Surely, that kind of person will compete President Ruto and succeed? I doubt.
If Kenyans voted logically, and if Kenyans voted through serious process of thought, that would be true. Kenyans don't vote.
Let me tell you.
Logically.
Let me tell you. President Ruto will come back. I believe so. And I can tell you, God willing, let's God give us life beyond 2032. Between 2032 and 2040, President Ruto will be the most celebrated hero in this country. Because I'm sure the SGR will be in Kisumu, not for the Kisumu people to carry omena, but to compete with Dar es Salaam and ensure that goods are reaching Port Bell, goods are reaching Rwanda and Burundi on time. Good quantities. Are you getting me? The Rironi Road will be done, and if possible, even the Nyeri Nanyuki dual carriageway will be done. Ruto Uhuru left it in Nanyuki. I hear people talk very badly about that road. As much as it may not have been a priority, but today, if you go to that road, it is very busy. Let the truth be told. We still need to do, and you know, Kenyans who think retrogressively that today President, because his deputy is criticizing him, he should abandon Central. He cannot. The president cannot abandon Central. Central is Kenya. Isn't it?
Very true.
If today my son marries in Central and I'm discriminating Central, how do I go there? Are you getting me? My daughter gets married there. And also, Central has a revenue stream that contributes to the national government. So even if Central criticizes President William Ruto, they even contributed to his win. Why should he abandon them? He will never abandon them. Even in 2027, after he wins the next election, and the community in the mountain fails to vote him, believe me, William Ruto will be in Central. Doing what he does, praying with them, giving them projects, because he understands that Central has a revenue stream You can't abandon Central. How do you abandon Mount Kenya? How do you abandon the children there? What have they done to you? If one person is making noise, how do we abandon those children in Mount Kenya and start saying, oh, you know, Luo Nyanza had its issues from independence, but still contributed to the best doctors, still contributed to the best engineers. And you could not abandon them. Are you getting me? 100% abandonment is not there. So what I'm saying is, what we are going on with, if we are logical, the president's scorecard is very high.
There is a Willie Kitala anasema, Mbuvi, kindly ask Bwana spokesman how many businesses and investors have opened and doing well under Ruto's regime.
Let him look at what we call direct investment. That is what he should look at from Treasury. It is not a myth. We have had the highest direct investment of, I think, 31 billion US dollars since Ruto came. That is what should tell him. Yeah, how many people are doing well. Because you don't get direct investment if there is no business.
Yeah.
And you also don't get direct investment if people feel they cannot recoup their investment.
And if they feel they cannot recoup their investment. And tell them, President Ruto has paid Eurobond and has paid our loans. He has not defaulted and has stabilized our foreign exchange.
Right.
Let's give credit where it belongs.
Thomas Olo
lakini watu waende kwa shamba. Wakwenda kwa shamba, waende kwa shamba. Watu waache kukaa kwa market center wakicheza ajua. Yes.
Thomas Olo anauliza, what is being done to stop industries from leaving the country?
Like which industry? Let him give us an example. We don't want rhetorics. Let him tell us this industry has left. Because what we had was a bit of flower farms going to Ethiopia at one particular time. But still, if you go to Naivasha, our flower farms are still doing very well. And some of these things come with many other factors. Cost of labor, because they want cheap labor. So,
or cheaper labor.
Cheaper labor. So when you are demanding that we must have minimum wage, then they leave you. And they go where there is no minimum wage. Yeah.
Okay.
Paul.
That's on industry. Yeah.
You know, this discussion of foreign companies that are leaving, it is a discussion that has taken place for a while.
Yeah.
And yet the people who say this do not give examples of companies that have actually left. There is the thinking and the statement that there are very few people who are investing in Kenya. And I think that is actually also not true. You see, everything that is said must be supported by facts. Okay?
Not rhetorics.
I know of Kenyans who felt that the best place to go and invest was Tanzania. And they came back.
Yeah.
They realized
they were wrong.
They were actually better off here. However, there has always been the issue of the cost of doing business. Direct cost in terms of what is the cost of our power.
Exactly.
Direct cost of doing business with relation to what is it that we do to make the process seamless and easy. Because the roadblocks that have been complained about is that people in government positions ask for bribes that make it impossible for people to actually do business. Now, those are things that, if it is true, must be addressed because they are complaints that one hears about.
Let me ask you a question.
Ask.
How much does it cost you to plant a tree in your farm? How many of us are responsible to plant trees, even agroforestry, in our farms? Because that is our vision. And it has an impact. When we have good environment, it has an impact. How many of us are not throwing bottles everywhere? It has a cost when you throw a bottle. It must be picked. And how many are we in the population? If we throw bottles, we throw takataka everywhere.
Paper bags.
Are you getting me? You do a road. So you have to put policemen on that road. Wanakuja wanakata chuma. You've seen it. Vandalization. We are not responsible people. We must be responsible. I've given you just a simple example. These people talking about industries. Amepanda miti ngapi? Miti tu, kupanda miti kwake, amepanda ngapi? Ni kukata tu. If all of us can say tupande miti, we will do very well. Look at the areas where people have planted trees like Meru. We have very good rainfall count. So wewe unasema government has not done this. You as a person, how responsible are you?
You see, the question of power is never adequately responded to.
Yes.
And yet, we are among the very few countries on this planet that can boast to have an abundance of what you call green energy or renewable energy, probably more than others. Now, what do we need to do to ensure that we can compete? Because the Great Renaissance Dam manages to produce power far, far more than the Egyptians, not the Ethiopians need. The Great Nyerere Electric Dam on River Rovuma is going to do the same, but we know because Tanzania wants to industrialize and they are preparing for it. We thought of bringing data centers here, but part of the reason, the problems we have, and this is what the president said, he had not known that a data center requires a heck of a lot of power. Okay? Now, developments such as those and others, or just industries as we understand them, require power. Is there a plan that we have to ensure that we enhance this power production to the point where the economies of scale kicks in and the cost becomes reasonable or attractable so that people who wish to invest here cease to talk about the cost of our power?
You see, that discussion is very logical. And that is the discussion we expect Kenyans, the conversation we expect Kenyans to have. That as we give our priorities, as we do our infrastructure, the roads, the railways, an important factor that we must discuss is about power production. Energy. You remember we wanted to do solar, not solar, nuclear. But you see the politics of Kenyans that come with nuclear. I think somewhere in the coast it was an issue.
It is now in your county.
It is now in my county. It's bringing issues. People are bringing issues. But tumekubali. Yeah, we will have it. So what's happening is that we need to come up with, and we also need to accept, we have investors who are willing to invest on power here, but we must also be careful. They want to invest at what rates? Because that also, you don't have power which is costly. What we are looking for is cheap power. And as he puts it, it is one of the issues that I believe will be discussed on how do we reduce the cost of energy. Because you cannot industrialize appropriately. And currently many industries, if you look at even the small industries in industrial area here, they have come up with solar. Yeah, there are many industries now.
They supplement their energy with solar.
But you see, Charles, the problem with Kenyans rejecting majority of these things, and perhaps wherever they even follow what the politicians tell them, is because, number one, we don't get clear information on some of these things. For example, I was one of the guys who was really against nuclear energy until we hosted someone here from the nuclear energy, I think it's Nupe or something. Yes, an engineer who came, he's a nuclear engineer, studied at the University of Nairobi and advanced in other universities, but he now came and explained it to us from one Kenyan to another. And believe it or not, he actually converted me. The problem, by the way, si ati ni nini au nini, ni hatuambiwi vizuri na serikali ama wale ambao are in charge of giving us that information.
Sasa leo uko na serikali hapa, utaambiwa. Si tunazungumza?
Nataka kuniconvert.
No, nasema si tunazungumza. Na wewe umekubali kwamba nuclear energy you are converted. So as you are here on radio, now explain to Kenyans what was explained to you. That when we bring nuclear in Northeastern, it is acceptable. We take it to coast, it is acceptable, so that we get more power. And see how best we can invest in getting more power.
Even on the issue of Vision Now 20, are we going to call it 2060?
I don't know. We may call it even, maybe my proposal would be to call it 2063 when we'll be 100 years.
Let's go with the new vision. If the way
we say vision beyond 20, we said it beyond 20 vision, beyond vision 2030.
Right. So beyond vision 2030. I can even, if you, and when you get time, go look at the comment section. A lot of Kenyans are agreeing with you that how it was executed was the problem.
Yeah.
But now they agree with it.
Yeah.
They are like, enyewe,
Yeah.
explain mambo ya MTPs, explain mambo ya the financial year, kisha we need to new plan and so on and so on.
Yes.
You see, now that one, I am sure you've converted a few, if not many.
You see,
Communication.
There is no government project that cannot be explained logically. But if it is not explained, then people make up their minds what they think it is.
We will convince government to put resources in communication, because communication requires a lot of resources.
Yes.
And we will also agreeably come to you and discuss, even when we know somebody is negative. Even KTN, if they call me, I'll go. Yes. I'll not leave going anywhere to explain our position. Even the most critical man, even if you bring the former deputy president on a debate with me, or you bring Sifuna, I'll be there with my statistics and with my facts, and we will talk as brothers. Yeah.
There's a Madialo amesema, Mbuvi and City, please congratulate the spokesperson for having his facts and at his fingertips, but please tell him that the footbridge along Ngong Road has been so vandalized that it is life threatening. Sasa hii ni gani? Ngong Road ni mrefu, my friend.
Hapana, kuna hii bridge immediately after Nairobi city, former city mortuary. What is it called?
Nairobi Funeral Home.
Yes, ukienda tu kidogo past the Baptist Church, there's a footbridge there which has a problem.
Yeah. Now look at it, and that's what I was saying.
Yes.
Responsibility. Why do you vandalize your footbridge? It's just like these demonstrations. You know, what we do is so bad, and then we blame the police. During demonstrations, why do you want to ban the road? What is the cost?
Or why do you want to break into people's shops to steal?
No, just start with the road, banning the road. You know, the one who goes to the people's shop, and you should support police. Even if he's shot, hakuna kulia. Because if they cannot, if you make Kenyans believe that they can come here and rob and live scot-free, and if he's shot, they'll have a reason, then we are killing our country.
Hapo kwa kushoot tutaongea baadaye.
No. If it is just, you know, the law is very clear. Sasa wacha nikuulize swali.
Okay.
Sasa polisi leo abebe bunduki na risasi and he can't use it against you.
No, he can use it. However, there's also an alternative.
Justified.
Of arresting this person.
Excuse me. We are not saying all cases.
Okay.
Everybody would be dead. Police arrest how many people in a day? And also, there are also policemen who may use their firearms wrongly. Those ones are arrested and charged.
Okay.
Are you getting me? Nobody we can't accept. I have children. Even myself, I can be shot, isn't it? I can't allow unlawful, unjustified, but let us not give an impression that it cannot be used. I don't know that you are getting me.
I'm getting
Let's
you.
agree it can be, and let's tell people it can be used.
Actually, you see, using it,
Yeah.
the very thing you're saying requires explanation so that people understand
Yeah.
that the guns that the police carry are not walking sticks.
No, they are not.
Yes, they are there for a purpose, and then you outline how and when
No, but you
they
know,
can be
it
used.
is you who can help me. Me, when I say it, they'll say, when amesema tupigwe risasi. Si president alisema kitu. Akasema usiue. Kama ni lazima, basi piga.
No, he contextualized it actually.
Yeah.
Yes, he
Then,
said, in this sort of circumstance, you can shoot them in the leg, but that is not what we did.
But then people said, President amesema shoot people on the leg.
That's not the president.
Did you know Rex Masai was shot in the leg? Well, that was before the president said that, but being shot in the leg can actually kill you.
We have not said it cannot.
You know, Paul.
But not compared to shooting you on the head.
The thing about reasonable force, because that's what we're talking about here, that is subject to interpretation. But do we consider circumstances? I'm not talking about Rex Masai or Boniface Karaoke. No. That's not the case I'm talking about. I'm talking about circumstances where force or a reasonable force is necessary. Do those circumstances arise? Yes. Do people need to be shot? No. So when is it that it's justified to shoot?
All right, we need to end this. Kuna mtu amesema effective communication is what has been ailing the Ruto government. What is his plan in the next 100 days to sort this out? Can that be your parting shot, Charles?
Number one, communication for government also needs goodwill from the public. If you're ready to listen, if you're able to give me airtime to talk to you,
yes,
then I'll communicate with you. because I'm free, I'm open, I'm ready to talk. So it's not about 100 days, it's about many days to come. We have already started working. We have so many things in plan. And when we invite you for our media briefs, you should come. Yeah, we may have media briefs weekly, we may have them in every 2 weeks, or we may have them when necessary.
Okay.
We just want to have, like for example, this week we've talked about ambulance. There's this conversation coming concerning our development plans. What else? I saw about 3 major issues. Then university funding, or tertiary funding, not university funding, sorry, but the tertiary funding. I need to call all of you, media houses, and we have a conversation on those so that we can be able to explain. Even things like SHA, we need a special day just to have a media brief on SHA. What is it? How is it helping us? How far have we gone with it? And we'll even draw up a documentary on it.
All right.
So going forward, we shall communicate, but we are also asking you, in areas where you see is positive, don't wait for government to communicate. It is your government.
Yes.
Say this is right. Say this is wrong.
Okay.
Yeah. Like a country where people can go and attack parliament, where they make laws. I don't know where you wanted to get on. So let's assume you attacked parliament, and let's assume the president left. Then what next? You've burnt your parliament. What next? You get taxed to build that parliament again. Can't you do it in a different way? Can't you raise your agitations in a different way? Even that bill, that 2024 finance bill we rejected, had very many good things. In fact, one of the good things I always remember is that before, our pensions were getting taxed. Your lump sum, 30% goes. It is no longer taxed. And it was in that
finance.
Let me tell you, people don't even read. They just pick on one thing and it becomes an issue.
All right. Thank you so much, Charles Owino. It's been a pleasure. Ulikuwa na 1 hour, tumekuongeza ingine moja.
Thank you.
Umetumalizia show na tunashukuru sana.
Asante sana.
All right, folks. Let's meet tomorrow morning bright and early at exactly 6 in the a.m.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Former Law Society of Kenya President Faith Odhiambo is calling for an independent and transparent investigation into the death of Mathare Boda rider Eric Otieno while in police custody. Odhiambo says a post-mortem report showed the rider had injuries consistent with blunt force trauma to the chest and abdomen. She has urged the police to preserve key evidence and called on the Independent Policing Oversight Authority to conduct swift investigations and ensure anyone found responsible is held accountable.